Hi, everybody. You guys want to introduce yourselves?
Sure. My name is Robin, and I'm from the book Wormhole, where I mostly talk about science fiction.
And I'm Tiffany. I'm from the Book Skeptic. Um, and I'm most popular for my young adult reads, rant reviews, but I am trying to do better with what I read so that I enjoy it more. So I'm doing young adult still, but I'm kind of moving up to adult, and that's kind of what I read.
I'm Johara at the Witchy Reader, and I mostly talk about fantasy because that's what I read. So, what will everybody be reading or writing today?
I think I'm gonna be writing because I didn't write yesterday. So I'm gonna be working on my space opera novel during sprints.
Nice.
So I'm gonna continue reading A Year to the Day. It's an arc I have, and it's coming out on Tuesday. So I kind of gotta go fast. I'm still not 100 pages into it, so I'm like,
How long is it?
330 something pages, I think, maybe 335. But for me, it is hard for me to read, so I want to put as much time as I can today, tomorrow, and hopefully I can be done. If not, I will dedicate even more time on the 21st. Get it in and just be done with it. And then I'm going to be like, okay, I have my review in. Everything's taken care of.
Nice.
Nice. Yeah, for me it's the opposite of Robin. I wrote most of yesterday, so I didn't read. So I will be reading today, and I'm gonna be reading Deathly Hollows because it's the last. Because I'm still buddy reading the Harry Potter series, and I'm obviously on the last book. And I did read a little bit of it earlier today, and finally got to a page 111 because I was kind of focusing on other books. So, but I want to focus on this one and get further in it. It is 759 pages, which isn't actually that bad, you know. Um, I mean, I read Order of Phoenix, which is over 800 pages, so you
Yep.
know.
I
But
forgot how big those books were.
the later ones get big.
Like, I
They
remember them being big, but I don't remember them being that big. That's crazy.
It's funny because when I was rereading them, I just assumed that Goblet of Fire was the biggest because it has been a while since I've read them, and then because everyone says Goblet of Fire is the biggest, but then when I was reading them, I checked all the pages. I was like, no, Order of the Phoenix is a good 100 page bigger.
Yeah.
That one's like 100 page bigger than every other book. That one's a
Mhm.
chunky one.
Yeah.
But I don't mind thicker books. You know, there's just more content.
Yeah.
I get a little intimidated by them, so I kind of put off reading them.
That was my mom's problem with The Witch of Light.
Oh, yeah.
But sometime today, she finally got to page 300.
How big is The Witch of Light? 600 pages?
700 something.
700?
What?
Man, that's a lot bigger than the first one, but I like flew through the first book, so I have a feeling I will be able to handle that one when I get to it. I haven't bought it yet, but I'll get to it. Too much to read, so little
Yeah.
time is like my whole life right now.
Yeah, I feel that.
Oh,
So many
sorry.
books.
Did you guys end up doing anything for Father's Day?
I like cooked on the grill for my dad. It's the
That's
first time I
nice.
grilled anything. And so yeah, we had just a nice meal all together.
That's cool.
Nice. Yeah. My parents are at my dad's trailer packing and stuff. And they won't be home till tomorrow. But my sisters and I did make cards. My brother was asleep at the time, and he said he wanted to make something.
Aw.
Even though he's not my dad's kid, but my dad's always been really good to him and stuff.
Mhm.
And yeah, he's gonna make him a card as well. So we did that, and I also have a puzzle. I bought this like years ago, but I never did it. I've never been that big into puzzles, but um, when I was little, my dad, we lived in this house that had a basement, and my dad would be in the basement and he would be building puzzles. He loved the 3D puzzles,
Mhm.
and I would always help him. And so I guess puzzles have kind of become our thing. And
Yeah.
yeah, like a few years ago for Father's Day, I actually bought him a puzzle, a 3D puzzle of it of Statue of Liberty, because when I was younger, he had one that was Statue of Liberty, but all the moves and he lost it and stuff. You know, we all
Oh
lost things during the
snap!
move.
Yeah.
So a few years ago, which he still has hanging on a shelf, is the 3D puzzle that I bought him a few years ago for Father's Day. So
That's cool.
Nice.
Yeah, we're supposed to go to mini golf. There's this mini golf place. It's like a town or so over. It's pretty cool. You know, it's a nice little mini golf place, but because it's in Florida, there's like this little, you know how sometimes like there's water in a mini golf. Well, there's this little part of the water where there's these little baby gators. So like if you want to pay extra, you can feed the little gators, you can hold them, you know, there's things you can do.
That's
But
so cool.
I'm not gonna pay the money for it, but it was cool to see because someone was feeding them, and yeah, like they were just jumping out of the water trying to get it, but they were so cute. Like it was like, aw. But unfortunately, I don't know what the weather's like for you guys, but here today's been very rainy, stormy, whatever. Apparently, like there was like a lightning warning, and so like
Mm.
it was kind of like it's not worth going because we can't even do this until 4 o'clock, and then it could keep on being post back. So it'd be like, okay, we can't really do much. So we didn't really get to do much of anything, but you know, we exchanged cards, gifts, and my dad, you know, just wanted to chill today. So, you know, he got exactly what he wanted. It's just like, oh, that could have been fun though.
yeah, but nice.
Maybe you could do that a different day.
Yeah, I'm hoping so because I recommended that when we were driving back home, and he's like, yeah, someday. It's like someday sounds like it'll never happen. We keep on saying we'll go to mini golf someday, and it
Yeah.
hasn't happened. And maybe okay, not 2 years, but almost 2 years, and that's crazy, you know.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it feels like forever since I did puzzles with my dad. That used to be something we would always do.
So
That's
are
so
you
cool.
guys? I'm trying to remember what I was gonna say. Have you guys posted any videos recently, or have any recent plans for video wise?
I filmed my mid-year freak out. I just gotta edit it.
Awesome.
And
How
then
many-
next I want to do the TBR for the summer readathon or whatever, that
Yeah,
summer fun thing.
100%. Yeah, Summer Splash Readathon.
Yeah, there we
How
go.
many? Do you know how many books you talked about for your freak out tag?
Ooh, quite a few. Because I'm trying to think what the questions were. There was like best book, least book, like least favorite book, like book you're
Most
looking forward
disappointing.
to.
New favorite
Um,
author.
New favorite author, yeah. That one, yeah, I feel like every year I always like find like a new author that I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna follow like this person from now on, you know. So
Nice.
that one, I love that that's a question because it seems like every year I've been on BookTube, I've always acquired at least one new author I'm like really into.
Cool.
And then like the books I need to read, I think is where the most books I talked about ended up being, because it's like there's obviously a lot more I want to read before the year ends. So
Definitely.
I mentioned a couple I'm been holding off on because I want to read them for specific readathons later in the year, and then also just like some series I want to continue with because I really haven't read like any like sequential books. I've read like mostly standalones or like first books in the series so far. So yeah.
Yeah. I need to film my mid-out freak out tag, mid-year freak out tag. Yeah, I need to do that. I started working today on going through the list for the Summer Splash readathon and trying to find books for some of them. I did have a question about one of them because one of them was read a book by an author of color.
Mhm.
Could it be as long as it's like not an American author?
It has to be non-white.
Mhm.
So it could
Because they're
be Asian or me just
Irish?
blanking on
'Cause
different. No, that would be white unless they're like a black Irish, I mean.
yeah.
Because there are black
Yeah,
Irish
well,
people and
but no, I forgot. There isn't a foreign author one. There's not one for that. It's one, one that's translated.
yeah.
Not.
Yeah.
They don't have a foreign author. They don't have that as a prompt.
I'm really glad that there's a translated prompt because I just don't read a lot of translated works and I like that I have an excuse to actually do so now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want
But
to get more into that.
I did just post my Ship It or Rip It. I haven't
Nice.
done one in a long time.
Ooh, that's cool. I'll have to check that out.
Very cool.
How are you,
Yeah,
Tiffany?
Oh, sorry.
I said, how about you, Tiffany?
Yeah, it's in the works. I actually had to do a short little video for my mom because she's got this thing. She's going out to LA for like this industry thing, and they're supposed to do a self tape. And so my mom's very much not in like the video editing sphere, and because that's my thing, yeah, my mom and my dad were just like, do it. And I'm like, what about some money? And they're like, no. I'm like, okay. But fortunately, it was very easy. It was like a couple of minutes. So bang, bang, boom, I did that. So I helped her out there. But I think that's the most recent thing I've done. I am very pleased that I did get my what I read in May, my May wrap up. I got that done. I'm very pleased with it. It's nice, short, sweet, whatever. But it was so lame. So here's what happened. I filmed it. I'm ready to go to edit, and I forgot my fan, and it's at the highest right now. I forgot it was on, and it was the worst. The audio was totally messed up, so I had to do it all over again. And you know how hot it was? It was so hot. It was like I could barely concentrate. But fortunately, because I did have it like scripted out, I could do it. But I was like, I'm dying. It's so hot. But I'm very pleased so far. It's doing fairly okay, in comparison to some of my other videos. So I'm pleased with that. And yeah, my videos are doing okay. I am a little disappointed still with my 2022 TBR. It's like no one wants to watch a 41-minute video, I guess. But you try. Trial and error, I guess. I mean, it's still doing all right, but definitely this one's doing good. It's not Summer Without You reading vlog is doing good, but yeah, so far so good with that. I don't know if I have a plan what my next video will be. Let me see what videos I want to do. I do want to do my booktube Q&A. Robin, you tagged me for that small booktuber tag, so I want to do that.
That one's a really quick one too, so
yeah,
it's a nice one.
One video I want to do, I have it pretty much drafted up, is did I read the books in my TBR, which is reacting to old TBR videos. I really want to do that. I think that could be fun. And yeah, I don't know. I'll just have to figure out, my next video, what it will be. But I did ask people on Twitter, like, hey, what do you want to see from me next? And, I had options, and the one people voted the most for, there weren't that many people voting, but the highest, the majority was a book haul. It's like, well, I've got a few, like 1 or 2 books, but
this is just a sign that you have to go out and buy more books.
Yeah.
No, I really want to, just be. I need to first accomplish my physical TBR, but I really want to get rid of my books. These books, these are my read books. I want to get rid of them. I really want to sell them, but unfortunately, and I can understand, people are kind of keeping their money close, and I can understand, but it is just kind of like, you don't want to buy, please? But, you try.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I definitely want to do the year freak out tag real soon, and episode 2 of my underrated highlight series I have going. Yeah, those are the 2 I probably really want to do the most right now.
Nice.
Yeah, well, I did just remember one that's going to happen once I finish a year to the day is, I'm going to go and get my library book for the Love Hypothesis. And like I said, I kind of want to do a reading vlog on it, or at least some sort of video to deal with that. Like maybe I'll do something kind of short, like, hey, this is me getting the book. Here are my beginning thoughts and ending thoughts. Because, I don't know, reading vlogs are kind of hard. It's like, there's just so much to edit. And
Yeah.
fortunately, even with the vlogs I have done, I probably am not doing it like everyone else is with like other stuff that they film. But I'm just kind of like, okay, here's what I've got, But
yeah, I'm not that great with editing, so my reading vlogs are a bit different as well. I mean, I don't really show me reading and like speed through me reading like some people show them reading during the reading vlogs. I just have a bunch of clips that have me explain like how my reading's been going, show you what I've been reading, my thoughts on it kind of thing.
Yeah, that's well, what I see sometimes with reading vlogs for some people is like they film other stuff, and I'm like,
Yeah,
no,
I don't do that.
I don't want to see what you're doing out and about with the nature and stuff. What is this? It is a reading vlog. I want to
It's
see
a really cute idea, but I cannot focus on. Like, I don't have the attention span to watch those videos.
Right. So many times I'm either like, I'm just taking the video out, I'm done, or I'm just skipping past. I'm like, I don't care, guys.
Yeah.
Let's move past this.
It's just not for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I've kind of done both. The first reading vlog I did was It Ends With Us, and it was just I was reading and then I stopped and talked about my thoughts. But with It's Not Summer Without You reading vlog, I had some clips of me reading and then I would talk. But it is a short little reading vlog because it's like, yeah, at some point I was reading and then I kind of stopped. But I know I was so busy during that time because it was like 2 years ago. So it's like I was so busy with work that I couldn't really do more. But it was still fun.
Nice.
Yeah. So, have you guys done any reading or writing lately since our last sprint?
Since our last time talking on Friday.
Yeah, I did today because yesterday, was it yesterday? It could have been yesterday. I think I did a little bit of reading yesterday, or maybe it was the day before. I can't remember. But I got to page 69 of my book, and today, maybe 84? I think I want 84 pages, and like I said, I still got a ways to go with this book. I mean, still so far so good. It's pretty decent, and it is so funny, like, it does a good job, like I said, of actually seeming like it is reverse ordered, like it is a solid book that, if you were reading it wrong, you would everything would make sense, so I am definitely enjoying it. Yeah, I just like when it's like referring to something in the past, even though it's like, oh, I haven't gotten to that part yet. Yeah, just so far so good. I really don't want it to be because like revelations and like all that happened in the beginning, aka the end for this story, that's the big thing that I got to be waiting for, and I just hope that how the author ends the story does a good job, or like the beginning of it. I don't know. But what I think I'm gonna have a hard time is I'm enjoying it, but I don't have thoughts, Like, I don't know how I'm going to do a review and send it over to the publisher. It's like, what are my thoughts? I don't know. It was good? I don't know. Like, I'm not that kind of, like, flowery, critical, like, one of those people that, like, actually puts reviews out and publishers take that. I'm like, and that's my problem. Like, I could say so much about a book I don't like, but a book I do like, or at least I'm am partial to or like having a good time, I'm like, good book, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like when I don't like a book, I always have more to say about it.
Yeah. Well, I'll say
Yeah.
one thing. Now, to be fair, in one aspect, maybe it will, like, maybe this will be something that happens, but maybe it's not. But I'm pretty sure they are insisting this is not going to happen, so I don't think it is. For me, I still do like romance in books, and I had thought when I read the synopsis for this one that the sister that had died, you know, her boyfriend, I thought it was going to be that he and the main character were going to get together, but it doesn't seem that way. But everyone keeps on insisting that they're going to get together, and you know, every single time she's like, "No, we're just friends. Like, we were both there when she died. Like, we're very connected that way." And I'm sure for you guys, you would be like, "Oh, yay, platonic friendship, care, love, whatever." Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Like, no, I want a relationship. I'm all about the fictional romance, but obviously real life for me, I'm like, no biggie for me. But fictional, I would like more if it's good, of course. I just think so far it's done in such a way that I would prefer them to be together, but I guess that's not happening. But they
You
keep
never
on
know,
teasing.
though.
I don't like them teasing it.
Yeah. I mean, Skeleton Bride, which I've been working on a lot. I'm not planning on having really much romance at all. And then I have another series I plan on writing later on that isn't gonna have any romance. So I'm very excited for those.
My books usually have like romance as like a secondary plot. It's never the main focus of the book,
Oh,
but
well, this wouldn't be, you know, it'd be a subplot, but I'm just
yeah.
that it's not even gonna be a subplot. I'm like a little
I
something.
don't know if
Oh,
they're
secret.
teasing it. I think there's a possibility they might actually
I
have it
just
be a
find that
romance.
I just find that so funny though. Like if it, I don't know how it's gonna go. Like they keep on saying that something like these two, they kind of had a fight at the Christmas party. I'm almost there because it's January, or it was January 6th, and now it's January 1st. I don't know when it was. Oh, I'm about to get to it. I think it said Christmas Eve is the next one. For what day it is. It's either that's the Christmas party or the Christmas parties before that, but I'm about to get into it, and they keep on teasing something big went down at the Christmas party. I'm like, uh-oh, what's going down? But apparently, like, she, like, you know, said some very bad things to him, so I don't know where it's going. I just find that so funny, though, if it ends up being, because I did kind of say, like, at the start of the book, which was, like, a year to the day, 365 days since the accident, and that's, like, the most recent for them, so I don't know how they're gonna, like, if any romance is gonna happen. It's just for me, I would like that to happen, but they keep on teasing it, so I just feel misled here. But I guess they're just saying, yeah, everyone else thinks, including the audience, thinks that romance is gonna happen, and it's not. And I'm like, how dare you?
Yeah. I did get some writing done yesterday. I was working on Skeleton Bride, and got I kind of didn't get that much writing done itself. I mean, I got like 800 words, which isn't actually that bad, but I feel like I usually get like at least 1,000 done. So I'm like, I didn't get that much done, but I guess 800 is a good amount to get done.
Yeah, that's a good amount.
I went back and I was changing a few things to fit the direction the story's taking now, since I did take a really long break from before I started working on it recently. So the story's taking a slightly different turn than it originally was when I was first working on it. So I was just changing a few things to make it work better. But now I think it's all good. So when I work on it again, either tomorrow or Tuesday, then it's doing good. But I did some reading today. I read a little bit of Deathly Hollows this morning, and then I finished my reread of Six of Crows. So yeah, I'm doing, and even started Crooked Kingdom. So I'm doing pretty good with reading today.
Nice. Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, to me, I'm just like, what? You finished that? Yeah, I'm just really hoping. I do want to dedicate the time to put into reading. Obviously, with our reading sprints, I'm gonna try my best. I'm really trying here, but I very much want to get through it because I would like to actually go through and do my reading, do my review, send it to the publisher, but I don't know if it's gonna happen. I'm trying. I'm really trying, but
Yeah.
but also, like I said, let's say I do finish it, either the 20th or the 21st. I finish it. What am I gonna say? I don't know. I don't know exactly what to say.
Yeah.
I'll probably try to look at what to say in a book review. I don't know. Like, what are your thoughts on the characters? Blah 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 blah. I don't know.
I'm trying to think, because I've written book reviews before. I mean, it depends on like what stands out to you. I know, like you say that like it's easier for you to think of what you don't like, and I understand too, because I will fall down like a rabbit hole, like if there's things I don't like about a book, and I'll just like rip it apart, when I don't like it. So it can be a little harder to focus on the positives, but I guess like be mindful of like writing, if like the writing style is like pretty, you can comment on that. I think the fact that it's written like backwards is kind of cool. I would definitely
100%. Yeah.
include that in the review. And then like yeah, like characters, like if characters are likable, if they're relatable, like what you think of them. And I guess I think like sometimes just like how a book makes you feel too is important, like, and that's something people like to hear too. If it's like, okay, this is a book that makes you feel warm and cozy, or this is a book that is a tearjerker, like it kind
Yeah.
of gives people an idea of, what to expect from the
Yeah.
book. And I think from the publisher's point of view, it would be nice to see like this is what the audience thinks of the book. So
Yeah.
or even complain about it not being a romance, I think that would be a very reasonable thing as like a beta reading the story, saying like, hey,
Yeah.
like I got a romantic vibe from these two characters and I thought they should have been together. I didn't like that
Yeah.
there was so much to
And
hint at that relationship
I
without.
really think they are teasing it though, because like there's a whole thing before there's like a roller skating thing. It's like for her friend's dad's birthday, and before that happens, technically it's after it happened, but obviously for us it's before it happens. She talks about how his hand felt in hers, and it's like, come on, you're just teasing me now. It's like they're literally putting the food right in front of me, and they're expecting me to say this isn't food or something. I just feel betrayed here. I mean, it would be funny though at the very end of the book or something. I just don't know how this is gonna go, because like a tragic thing happened. The sister died. His girlfriend died. Like, I don't know how that could go. But to be fair, he knows all that happened and she doesn't. And that's why, like, we have to really wait till the end of the book to find out what happened. Like, that would be interesting if it turned out like they were kind of into each other and they kissed. But I don't see that happening either. So I don't know what's happening. I would like it to happen just so I could be satisfied, even though it is it'd be very complicated. At least I would be like, hey, I was right about the vibe. Keep on teaching the vibe to me, because every single time, everyone, her stepmom, her friend, her dad, I think her mom, like everyone seems to be knowing these two belong together, but they're like, no, we're friends. After the friends business, I want a relationship right now.
But the thing is, it's not always romantic. A lot of people assume that a boy and a girl who are just friends have to be romantic, and sometimes it's just not there.
Well, like I'm saying, it's not like a standard platonic situation. This is like so obvious, but it's like they won't let it happen. It's almost like she is teasing. Like she's intentionally teasing it just to be mean. What do I get from a contemporary? Not romance, apparently. Don't like that.
Yeah, well, I'm okay with not too much romance sometimes. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like a good ship. There's several book couples that I ship hardcore, but I feel like sometimes that, especially since I read fantasy and the point isn't romance, sometimes they still try to force the romance aspect, and which I don't like. They try to make it too much romancy when the romance isn't the point. It's one thing if it is contemporary or romance. Like a lot of those have romance, especially the romance genre itself. But with fantasy, romance isn't the point, and sometimes I feel like they have too much romance, and they don't focus on friendship or family, which I find is even more important. Um, but I get what you're saying. You like romance and this contemporary, and you're reading contemporary, which a lot of contemporaries usually do have a romance aspect. That's pretty important.
Yeah.
But I just feel like romance can be overrated, and friendship can be very underrated. Which, when I was talking in one of my past videos about both Secrets and Harry Potter, my two favorite books, I realized that they have one very important thing in common, which is that both books, the main characters start off really young, and then so they're not looking for romance, they're not really having romantic attraction yet, but then you watch them grow up, and once they get old enough to start, developing feelings and start having romantic relationships, they still, the romance does not overshadow the main point of the story, and it does not take away from the main friendship of the series. And I guess that's why both series are my favorite, because they're the two series I can think of off the top of my head that focuses more on friendship than romance, and I love it.
Nice.
Do you guys
Yeah,
want
like I said, I mean, the big
Oh.
thing is that it just keeps on. It's more like it is fully teasing.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm pretty salty about it. Because if it was just, if it had nothing to do with romance, yeah, I could deal with it. And of course, like, yeah, there are some romances or some romantic subplots that's like, these two people are hot, romance, and it's like, no, that makes no sense. There's not a reason for them to get together. Like, I can understand that, but this is like so obvious, so like it seems like the author is intentionally teasing me right now, and I don't like it.
Maybe
But-
the author's teasing you to because she does plan on putting them together in the end.
That would be so weird, though, that it's like they're I just don't see how it could happen, even though I'd like it to. I just don't see how that could happen. But who knows? Like he there's a reason he's hiding something about that night of the accident, but I don't know what it is. So I'm gonna have to find out. But I guess, like, I don't know if it's putting too much light on. I don't know if it's like, because I was just trying to think of like something to say for the review. Obviously, mystery would be an aspect, because it's like, well, you don't know what happened at the very beginning of
Nice.
the accident and everything. So part of me is like, and also at the roller skating rink, she remembers something because it was one of the songs "Time After Time" was going, and apparently they had been listening to it during the accident, so she kind of has like a memory. And even though that's the boyfriend's sister's name, or sister's boyfriend's name, he like comforts her and stuff, and like, they can work together, whatever. But he was a little reserved and like kind of was like wide-eyed, like he was kind of curious if like she remembered enough. So I'm like, what does he want her not to know? I just don't know. If it does end up being the romance, I'll be just, yes, I knew it. Or it'll be something like, okay, well, I didn't see that coming, but I feel still a little bit teased, too teased. But
You guys want to sprint at 40
yeah,
for 30 minutes?
yeah, I want to get my reading in. I want to.
Yeah.
And it's not going to happen too soon about finding out what happened, but at least I can get some reading in and be like, oh, something's
Getting a little
happening.
closer.
But I don't know. I just feel, I guess part of me is like so focused on finishing it that I kind of got to also focus on like the whole story itself. I mean,
Yeah.
so far it's just so, because it's going backwards, it's not like you really get character look at development, whatever, that you would
Mhm.
typically get in a book, right? And so it is kind of hard to like be like, oh, this character, this and that, and whatever. I mean, I guess, I don't know. I don't know if I would like pick a character like, yeah, I just have to, guess I will just have to let time decide for me. If I don't know. I really don't know. This book is certainly interesting, and I kind of got to determine for myself, but I hope more people will decide, more authors will decide. Reverse you know what I'm saying, chronological order. I would like to see more of it, but again,
Yeah.
I have to finish this one to see if I actually do like the idea of it. I mean, so far so good, and it is interesting because it's like, yeah, like this would be the end of a book, but it's actually still, you know, like the barest meat of it. You know, I'm still getting to like, you know, gonna get somewhere in the middle, and then the end. It's should be interesting, but I just really hope it's like, because I was a little nervous there, where it's like, is the ending going to be satisfactory, which is aka the beginning, or is the ending going to be kind of a disappointment, even though it's the beginning? I don't know. It's a little bit hard for me because it's like usually the ending, the beginning of the story, there's not too much going on, and the ending's kind of like the nice resolution, like tie things up and everything. And like I said, the first chapter was a bit of a downer, and I was a little like, oh, I don't like this mood. I want to feel happy, or at least somewhat happy. And so, gonna have to see what they do at the beginning of the book. Ending. See, it's so confusing.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
For
I'm
me, beginning for them. But
Yeah, I'm doing something a little bit different with my book, Skeleton Bride. It's actually because it's kind of something a little bit same with the fact that it's their past, because my main characters, it's I'm technically talking about their past because at the very beginning it was year 2040, and it's basically Anastasia telling her story to so technically it's a little bit same with that. I mean, it doesn't go backwards like that, but it's just her telling her story, and which is a little bit different than what I've written, but I'm really enjoying how the direction is taken so far.
Nice.
Is ready?
Sure.
all right, let's do it. I hope I have more to say about the book. Maybe there's
Yeah.
something new that comes about. I don't know. Oh, that's right. I'm going to be reading about the Christmas party.
Yeah.
Not sure what all the drama. There's like this one character, Brayden. Like, there's drama there. There's another guy. There's drama. The guy, I don't know. It should be interesting. I hope I have some things to say when we come back.
Yeah, I mean, I'm reading Deathly Hollows, and and I may or may not cry because I mean, I'm only on chapter like 6, and there's already been 2 deaths.
Mm.
Oh, snap.
Happy reading.
Okay. Happy sprinting.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi. How was your sprint?
It was pretty good. I'm pretty sure I had been at page 84. Now I'm at page 94, so almost there. But I was wrong. It turned out not the Christmas party yet, but they did have a fight, and now I found a revelation that they had been talking about. So it's like, oh,
Nice. You're getting somewhere.
yeah.
Yeah. I finished one chapter, but it was a long chapter because some of the chapters in Harry Potter can be pretty long.
Yeah.
Especially in the later books. But I got a decent amount done. And now I'm on Bill and Flora's wedding. Like, that's the chapter I'm about to start. But there's this one funny thing that happened at the end of the chapter. Because one thing, I mean, there's a few things that annoy me about the movies, obviously. But there are a few things I think was done better in the movies. But the one of the few things that really bothered me about the movie is that a lot of times the movies acted as if Hermione was brought up as a wizard because she knew things that she shouldn't have.
Yeah, I didn't like that either.
Yeah, like in Chamber of Secrets when Draco calls her a mudblood for the first time in the book.
She didn't know. That was so trash. That
and
she
I was like,
that, even though it's like, no, that was the whole thing. She didn't know.
Exactly. In the movie, they kept making Ron seem like the stupid one, when in reality, in the books, he was always the one that had to talk about the wizard life because even later on, because he was the only one out of three that actually grew up as a wizard.
Exactly.
And so I love the little things in here when Ron has to, explain something to both Harry and Hermione because they just don't know. And he was trying to talk about like children's stories that they grew up with, and Hermione's like, "Wait, what?" And she was like, "Remember, we were brought up in by Muggles. We heard stories like Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs and Cinderella," and he was like, "Is that illness?" Ron and his father, their reactions to a lot of Muggle things just has me cracking up.
Yeah. Well, I remember that whole thing. Like, what is the function of a rubber?
Oh my gosh! Yeah, that was funny. But yeah, that's one of the things that really annoys me in the movies because I feel like whoever one of the writers or something of the movies were just, I feel like they just love Hermione so much that a lot of times they gave some of Ron's defining qualities to Hermione and just turned Ron into this buffling idiot, which yes, he can be sometimes, don't get me wrong, but he's so much more. Like, one thing that annoys me so much was in this is probably one of the most annoying things in Prisoner of Azkaban when they were in the Shrieking Shack and facing Sirius for the first time, and Lupin. Ron stands up on his broken toes and was like,
"Yeah, right.
You have to kill me first." But no, in the movie they had Ron in the corner weeping, and Hermione gets that line. Like, no.
Every time.
And in Sorcerer's Stone, the very first time they actually did that was with the what's it called? Devil's Snare, because Hermione did not know what that was. Despite all her reading, she still was not born. She was, but she wasn't raised as a wizard. So there was still a lot of stuff she did not know. And Ron knew what the Devil's Snare was and had to defeat it, not Hermione.
Yeah.
I feel like in Sorcerer's Stone, the reason why they gave that part to Hermione, though, was because they cut out her potion test. So they changed that and made that her test instead.
It could have been.
Yeah, but doing that had started a whole string of them just giving Ron's defining qualities to Hermione, and it's just messed up, and I hate it because Ron's my favorite character in the books.
Really?
Yes, I love him. And Jenny was my second favorite character, my favorite female in the books. And those are the two characters they messed up the most. Yeah, a lot of people talk about how awful movie Jenny was, but if you think about it, she, up until Half-Blood Prince, movie Jenny was a lot like book Jenny. I mean, she didn't have that big of a part until Harry started noticing her. And then they decided, in Half-Blood Prince, they decided to like the whole romance thing I was talking about. In the books, one of the things I love about it is that they sprinkle the romance in delicately. But in the movie, they just made Half-Blood Prince all about the movie rather than the mystery aspect about who the Half-Blood Prince is and Voldemort's past, which was the point. And so in the movie, they just completely changed Jenny's character from who she was in the books and turned her into nothing but Harry's love interest when she's so much more.
Mhm.
It's just very annoying. But don't get me wrong, there are some things I actually prefer in the movies. I mean, I actually like the Order of the Phoenix fights better in the movies because in the book they had them all split up and it was a chaotic mess. But in the movies they stay united. Plus, I love the scene when Harry was trying to when Voldemort was trying to possess Harry and he was fighting it and he saw Ron and Hermione and had like visions of them because his love for his two best friends was more powerful. And so there's little things I do prefer in the movies, but some of the things that they really messed up in the movies from the books, especially Ron's character, just gets on my nerves.
Yeah. Hi, Robin.
Hey. Sorry, I was trying to finish up the chapter, but I actually had a little bit longer to go on it than I thought.
You're fine.
Okay.
How was the sprint though? You finished the chapter? You did good?
I'm not quite at the end of the chapter. I'm almost there. And then I found like an inconsistency, so I'm like trying to look back on the first draft. So
yeah, I hate inconsistencies. And then you have to look back because you don't exactly remember. You're like, wait a minute, because I know that's happened to me before. I was like, wait a minute, did I say something else originally? And it's just becomes a mess.
Well, I found like the sentence that's like she considers the pistol again, and I'm like, wait, I don't remember saying that she has a pistol yet. So like, why did I say again? So I'm trying to look back and see like, well, where did I say that she has a pistol?
Yeah.
Because otherwise I can just change it. But I'm like, if I did write that, then that's okay to keep. But yeah.
But so far so good?
So far so good. Yeah, I'm getting a lot done. I'm almost done. I got like a page and a half left on this chapter.
Yeah.
So
Johara and I, we were just sharing about our updates. For me, I was wrong. The Christmas party does not happen yet, even though it was even though it was December 24th. It's like Christmas. Apparently, it was like a little gathering. For her and her mom. Apparently, like there was like a little fire, in a fireplace, but she forgot to open the flue, so it wasn't a big deal. But I guess I'm just gonna have to wait. But there was a fight. There was a fight between her and East.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't the fight that I thought it was, but it was a fight. And now there's something they kept on teasing about, something that he had kept from both the main character and the dad, and now I know what it is. I mean, it is kind of a big deal. I won't say it because obviously at first I was going to share it, but then I was like, wait a second, this is getting a little bit closer into 100 pages. This could be spoilery. So I will just be like, but I found that revelation. So, I don't know. I mean, it's not so much that there's like nothing happening. I just feel like it's like so, every single day is just so cut where I just feel like I don't have enough to be in the moment, I don't know. Like I have to wait. Gotta give it the time. Maybe this is like the author is getting into her groove and then I'll get more, but I don't know. I mean, yes, it was a longer chapter. It was like page 77 to page 94. So it was pretty long, but I just didn't feel like some of it was kind of like I didn't feel was that important. So, but just gonna have to see what happens. Like, I guess I could say that, it could be like I personally felt like we could have spent more time in each chapter to get to know what's going on in that specific time. I don't know. I'm gonna have to decide what I say, but
Yeah.
yeah, I just feel like I haven't read enough of the book to determine how I'm feeling. I mean, I'm still kind of curious about what's happening. I feel it's solid enough. I wouldn't say it's like the best thing I've ever read, but it's certainly interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
I
not
was just
every book is gonna be your best book you
Yeah,
ever read.
definitely. Yeah, I was just ranting a little bit about Harry Potter because the one thing, I mean, the movies get some complaint about some of the major things they changed. Like some of the things that annoy me and most people are Ron and Jenny's characters and Harry and Jenny's relationship. Those are some
Yeah.
of the major things that are messed up with the movies. But one thing I never hear anyone talk about is the fact that in the movies they treat Hermione as if she was raised by wizards.
Mhm.
And I hated that. I mean, in the books, like they constantly remind you that Hermione, even though she is really smart and that she does do a lot of reading, there's still a lot of things that she doesn't know that Ron does. And
Yeah.
in the movies, they made Ron this stupid guy when he's so much more. You know? Yeah, he has his moments, but he's also this Ron's just a lot better in the books, and he's my favorite character. I don't know if you knew that. Tiffany didn't know that apparently, but he's my favorite character. And because I was reading at the end of the chapter I finished, they were talking. It was after Dumbledore's will, and they were talking, and Ron had mentioned some old stories that he heard as a child, and Hermione's like, "Wait, what? Harry and I were raised by Muggles. We heard stories like Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs and Cinderella," and then Ron's like, "Is that an illness?" And I'm like, "Oh my gosh, Ron and Mr. Weasley with the Muggle world is just so funny." But yeah, just reading that is like, I hate that the movies constantly treat Hermione as if she was raised by wizards. Like in Chamber of Secrets, when Draco called her a mudblood for the first time, she didn't know what that meant. But in the movie, she did. I'm like, no, just stop. But Hermione's overrated, period. I do like her character, but I just feel like she's so overrated. Like, she's not as great as people make her seem. And I feel like the people that do love her, that she is the favorite character of, or have only seen the movies. You know? Where she's this amazing witch, when even though she is in the books, it's still, I feel like the movies focused more on her than they should have, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
But that's my little rant. At least we're all making progress.
Right, yeah, I'm making good progress, so I'm probably gonna finish this chapter today, which makes me happy.
Do you think you'll start the next chapter today?
Yeah, I think so. I'm making really good progress, I think.
Yay!
So
finally getting some editing done with your 2-year-long book.
Only got like, I don't even know, at least 100,000 words left to go.
You've got this.
So, yay.
Editing, it can be so annoying and frustrating.
It's a lot. I get too like persnickety too, so I'm trying to like let myself like just finish it, like get it done. It doesn't have to be the best book ever written, you know, because I'm obviously gonna grow as a writer, like the more books I write.
Yeah, the first book, your debut book, is never your best.
Yeah.
And look how many people are in the world.
Yeah.
I mean, there's gonna be some people that like your book, and yeah, it's not gonna be for everybody. Don't focus on the people that won't like it. Focus on the people that will. You write space operas, so you're targeting people who love space operas.
Yeah.
So, chances is some of those space opera lovers are gonna love your book.
I hope so.
Yeah, there's someone I'm friends with on Facebook. She, I met her through some groups because we share some fandoms.
Mhm.
There's like several fandoms in common, so we talk about different fandoms. And she bought my Jasmine Press series a while ago before the third book came out. She bought the first two and read it, and she bought the third one. Hasn't bought the prequel yet, but she said she plans to. But she said that she loves them and that I'm one of her new favorite authors, and that she plans on buying all my books eventually when she has the money. I was like, oh, that's the sweetest thing ever, and it just made me so happy.
That's
I'm
awesome.
off to being an author. So
Yeah.
there. Hi. I want to be with you.
Hey.
She just crashed our party.
It's okay.
I got hit.
Whoa.
Who hit you that? So, Tiffany, is that the only book you're reading right now, or are you in like a middle?
Yeah, the only book I'm reading. Like I said, I mean, that's priority number one right now for me. I really got to finish it before the 21st, you know, and then I'm moving on to the Love Hypothesis. And I really want to utilize as much time as I can. I'm not sure if I'll only get 2 weeks with it or if I will be able to get 3 weeks with it, but I want to utilize the time I can with that book because it is harder for me to finish books, especially right now. So, you know, I don't know if I really want to rush through it, but I definitely want to be able to finish it while I have it. You know, I don't want it to be like, I can't finish it. I really want to be able to read it. I want to dedicate the time, put it all into reading it.
Maybe try to do a couple chapters a day.
Yeah, that's the attempt. I mean, obviously with the this book, with the what is it? A Year to the Day. I have already read, you know, a couple chapters, but it's like, man, this is long. I mean, it's long to me. I've been reading a lot of short stories, you know, so it's much easier to get through. But yeah, I really am hoping because, I mean, the fact of the matter is, it's not like I've spent hours in this book yet. I mean, I've spent some time on it. So hopefully, if I do spend like the whole day tomorrow on it, I could finish it, get my thoughts together, you know, look through the book, decide on what I want to say, something. I really want to be able to do it because maybe, now this is a big maybe, because of course my channel is still pretty small, but this is a big maybe. If I get that in, you know, maybe a publisher will be like, oh yeah, we want to send a book to her again. That'd be nice.
Yeah, that would be really cool.
Definitely. So Robin, is this like, have you decided to only work on your space opera, or are you working on like short stories too?
I've been mostly give me like 20 minutes and I'll. Sorry, I have to give my dog her medicine in a little bit. I've been mainly focusing on just the space opera. I really haven't had the inspiration for short stories. I think I only wrote like one short story this year. And as far as like other book ideas, like I've been kind of like, you know, thinking them over and maybe writing something here and there, but like I haven't really like found the motivation to really work on them. So I'm hoping like once I have this done, I'll be more focused on working on the next book.
So this is your second round of edits, right?
This is, yes, second round of edits. My third draft, I've been calling it. So yeah.
So are you gonna send it to your editor again, or a beta reader or something?
I think I'm gonna send it back to the editor just so he can do like the line edits, which is just mostly like entirely about like making sure everything's accurate, like language wise, if that makes sense. Like we just did like the developmental stage, which is making sure that the plot is consistent, and this is like anything like lacking plot wise, like, you know, he pointed out. But that next round would be just to like really like fine polish everything. Yeah, and then I would consider it submission ready at that point. So then I would go on to the next stage.
Trying to find a publisher.
Yeah, I have a publisher in mind, but I don't know if they're gonna say yes or not. I have a good reputation with them, but this is longer than anything else they publish, so I think
Mhm.
on those lines they might say no. Or they might say rewrite it, which I'm a little like, oh, please don't say rewrite all of it. But we'll see. And if they say no flat out, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm probably gonna put it aside and work on a different book for a little bit.
You should have a couple of backup publishers just in case.
Yeah, I don't know too many publishers, to be honest. And there's a lot of like
Research.
smaller publishers. I feel like come and go so quick. I don't want to sell it to a publisher that's not going to stick around. So I really vet out small publishers before I consider them.
Mm.
And I can't send this to a big publisher. I don't think they would take it.
You never know.
Yeah, that's true. You know.
My motto is always try, never give up.
Right. Yeah. That's something I'll worry about when I get to that stage.
Yeah, just worry about editing.
Yeah.
That's the stress thing, and then you just go to your next stressful thing when it gets there.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's why I'm
Just
like,
one stress at a time.
I can't worry about like it being rejected at this point, you know. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I am reading a few different books at the moment because I have been in a really good reading mood lately, which I'm happy about. I haven't even been that much in a mood to watch TV. I have been trying to catch up on my shows on my downtime. Whenever I like just wake up or before I go to bed when I'm trying to wind down and stuff. Or when I'm eating because I need to watch TV when I eat.
Me too.
Like today I was catching up on the Owl House finally.
Oh,
I'm
nice.
Oh yay!
16, I think, because I was actually watching it, so it's still on the TV. Yeah, 16, but that's the last episode Disney Plus has. And according to TV Time, season 2 is done, and there's like 21 or so episodes. So I don't know when
Yeah, you
they're
still
gonna
got
start
time.
this podcast.
Yeah, there's still plenty to watch.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts so far? And of any new updates,
Good, yeah. Yeah, I'm enjoying it, and I'm wondering how they're going to, get Luz back to the human realm and what she's going to do, like if she's going to figure out how to be in both realms because she's not going to want to leave her new friends and Amity and everything, but she's not going to want to be away from her mom again like that. So I'm curious, definitely, and I'm enjoying it. Yeah, but the books I am reading, I'm rereading Crooked Kingdom, Deathly Hollows. I'm getting close to being done with Rise of Kyoshi. So after I get maybe halfway in the Deathly Hollows, maybe less than halfway because I still have quite a bit to go. I want to finish Rise of Kyoshi. But I'm also reading Rule of Wolves, which is the last book in the Grishaverse, which I've been meaning to read for a while. But I've been so many books I'm trying to read that it just kept getting pushed to the side, but no longer pushing it to the side. Like, I want to read it.
Nice.
So, yeah.
I'm only reading 2 books because I listen to an audiobook at work, and then I read a physical book when I'm not at work. So I've been listening to a memory called Empire by Arkady Martine. And I think I mentioned, like, during our last sprint that I find it kind of difficult to listen to, just like the way the writing is or something, which I've listened to other audiobooks I haven't had that issue with, so I think it's just this specific book I'm having trouble with. And then I'm reading The Eighth Key by Laura Weir, which is a fantasy romance, which is definitely unexpected for me.
Yeah, it is.
And I enjoy it. I don't think this is going to be a genre I read a lot of. I think it's just I specifically like this writer versus I love this genre.
Yeah.
Yeah,
definitely. Yeah, I don't really read fantasy romance. Like I said, like that's probably not too surprising from me. I'm not
Mhm.
as into the romance aspect, so I just read pure fantasy. But
Yeah.
Alyssa actually, she writes fantasy romance.
Oh, that's cool.
I write just fantasy. She writes fantasy romance.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah. So we are. I don't know if I told you this, but we are co-writing a story together. It's kind of
Yeah.
a side project for both of us. So because we both have main projects we're working on, so we both just work on it whenever we're not in the mood for our main projects or something, or just ever get to it.
Nice.
So we're not that far into it, but it's going well so far.
That's fun. That sounds like a fun idea.
Hi, Mom.
Hi.
Glad you
Thanks
could
for
make
joining us.
it.
Let us know if you're reading anything.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You guys want to say for anyone who's new what you guys are reading again?
Yeah, sure. So I'm reading an arc. It's called A Year to the Day, and my big priority right now is finishing it before it comes out in a couple days. So that's what I'm working on.
And I'm working on my third draft of my novel. I'm writing instead because I've been bad about writing every day.
Shame on you.
I've been writing every other day now, which is better than when I was not writing like
Yeah.
at all for weeks. But like I really need to crack down on it to get this done by the
That's
end
why
of the
we're
year.
doing more sprints. So you can write more.
Literally every year. It's taken me 2 years to work on this because there's just like half of the year I don't do anything on this book, and then like the last half I'm just like really cracking down on it because I put it off for so long. So, ah,
Well, I'm reading Deathly Hallows, last book of Harry Potter. Finally.
Yeah.
So many books.
Are you gonna? Didn't you say you wanted to rewatch the movies too?
Yeah, I was thinking about it. They're on one of my streaming services. I think they're on Peacock because I have
Mhm.
Peacock now, and I think that's what they're
nice.
on. So yeah, I was definitely thinking about watching them. Um, let's see if I get annoyed by some of it though, like Hermione, who's very overrated.
Mhm.
But I do love the movies. They are my favorite movies of all time. But they're not perfect. Is
Yeah,
any movie perfect, really?
Mhm.
right.
But yeah, so that's my plan. I read all the books, so after I'm done with this one, I'm gonna watch all the movies, which won't
Nice.
take as long as reading the books.
Right.
So, you both read Harry Potter. Who's your favorite character? I already mentioned that mine is Ron.
I think probably Luna for me. You know, that
Yeah,
weird
I like.
girl represents, you know. Um, so yeah, she's always been a favorite, I think.
Mhm.
Yeah, I enjoy
Well,
his
I
character.
don't know if I have a favorite per se, but I definitely like Harry, Hermione, Hagrid. I liked him.
Mhm.
McGonagall. I think those are the ones I, vibe with. Like, I'd say that's about it.
Yeah, for me, my top three I always think of are Ron, Jenny, and Lupin, who's very underrated. Yay! I hope you're
Nice.
enjoying it.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's my last of my published books until I publish some more. Which
Come on, Johara, you're slacking. Come on. You haven't published a book in like a whole month. Come on, get another one out.
I feel so called out right now.
I'm one to talk.
Right?
That's
Well,
part of the
you
reason
published
why
your
it's
first
funny.
book, Robin.
Yeah. I could never self-publish. Like I admire you so much for self-publishing your books, but I'm just like I can't sell a book to save my life. You know what I mean? So I'm
Marketing.
like I can't do
Yeah,
that.
I get
I
that.
also don't know how to format a book. And like that's a skill to
That's a
format a
learning
book.
Yeah, that's learning process. I'm
Yeah.
I'm learning. And I think I finally found the formatting I like, which is good.
That's
And
awesome.
yeah, so it's definitely a learning curve. Like kind of played around with like designs, because you know how some books have like designs around the title and stuff, or some
Yeah.
books still have a little design. So I've been playing around with that, and I found some I really like and been doing that. So that's been a lot of fun and different.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's a learning curve.
It is.
Marketing is the hardest part, but there are people that like there's this one person I'm friends with on Twitter, which I plan to join her membership once I have the money. It's only $2 a month, so it's not that bad.
Nice.
But she markets your books, so you don't have to do all the work, and she'll help promote your books. And she
That's
said
cool.
she's got a lot of positive requests. A lot of people have bought other people's books because of her marketing. So yeah, that's always worth checking out as well. Marketing is hell.
Yeah.
But I do prefer it this way, because at least for me, because this way I get 100% creative freedom, and I
Mhm.
get to, and that's like the main reason why I want to self-publish, because I get 100% creative freedom. I can
Yeah.
do a say on everything, and there doesn't have to be some sort of word count, because I'm really bad at forcing a word count. Like a
Mhm.
lot of it will end up being unnecessary stuff that doesn't need to be on there, because I cannot do a
Mm.
word count. Like I do not force myself to have a certain number of words. I just write until I feel like it's done, and then I'm done. So there's that, and they always get says on the covers and stuff, and it's like this way I get the say on everything.
Yeah.
So it's definitely what I prefer, but I think traditionally published is a great way to go to.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Absolutely. Yeah. Both are
Yeah, I know there
wonderful
are some
ways.
people that say self-publishing isn't real publishing. It doesn't make you a real author, and I'm like, seriously?
That's
What's wrong
so
with you?
snobby. Honestly,
Right?
it's like it really depends on like your needs as an author. Like for
Yeah.
you, like if it really matters, like to have that creative freedom about the cover and stuff, like yeah, self-publishing, you get to make all the calls on it, and you can
Yeah.
release books at your own schedule, like
Exactly.
there's a lot of perks to going the self-published route. Um, traditional publishing, you do make some sacrifices, but you get like the help
Other
for like
perks.
formatting,
Yeah,
like
exactly. You always have pros and
marketing.
cons,
All
basically.
of that's taken care of you for
Yeah,
you. So that's why I'm
exactly.
like, you know what? I know what I'm capable of. I will make that trade-off just to be like, please take it. Please help me.
Yeah, where I'm the opposite. I want that stuff so bad that I'm willing to make the sacrifices and the extra energy to promote and stuff. So it
Yeah,
just really depends on your needs, what you really want for your book, and what you prefer. And they
right,
both have pros
absolutely.
and cons.
They
So
do. Yeah. Yeah. That's
I don't
a
know what you're talking
big
about.
book. That is, yeah.
Yeah, it's funny because it's so much bigger than the first book, but I just had so much more ideas. And I feel like in the first book, it mostly focused on Skylar and Will, and some with Logan. Like,
Mhm.
and some with the twins, obviously.
Yeah.
But it was mostly Skylar and Will for the most part. In the second book, it kind of focuses a little bit on each character individually and their
Hmm.
relationships. So in the second book, you get more of some of the characters you didn't see much in the first book. Like you get more of David and you get more of Andrea. So that's why it ended up being a bit bigger, because I was trying to focus on some other characters as well as get all the things down that I needed to for the book.
Nice.
So yeah. But yeah, it's a big book. When I first saw that, when my mom first bought it, I first saw it, I was like, oh my gosh, that's a big book. And I was
Yeah.
in love with it. Like, I just kept holding it. That
Aw.
feeling does not go away. At least it hasn't for me, for whenever you finally publish. Like,
Yeah.
every time I get to hold a new book that I publish, it's just the best feeling in the world. And so publishing your book does pay off. So publish the
Yeah.
book, Robin. Publish it.
It's like holding like your newborn child.
Right?
Like we put so much work into making this thing happen, and now like
Yeah.
you get to hold it like, oh my God.
Yes.
I'm really looking forward to that experience.
It's an amazing feeling. Have you been doing any writing, Tiffany?
No. Nope. Nope.
Nope. Not at all.
No. Yeah, it
Do you
just
have-
hasn't really happened.
Do you have like non-book related hobbies, Tiffany?
Well, like I said, movies, shows, YouTube.
No, that's valid. I was just curious. I don't think I ever asked, like,
Yeah,
what do
no,
you
no.
do
That's
besides
not-
read?
Yeah. Yeah, that's mostly what I do. Try to keep up with friends, since I live like so many miles away now. It's like, hey, trying to keep up. But I don't know. Yeah, that's really what I do. I like my entertainment, but yeah, sometimes I have a problem with Twitter, staying on Twitter too long. But what's good about today was, because we were trying to do things, I have like barely been on my phone, so I'm like, yay.
Nice.
I'm very proud of myself for that. I don't know what it is about Sunday. It seems to, and I'm saying this like from last week, like, last week it was I was pretty productive on Sunday, and then the rest it was way more screen time. But I guess Sunday is like a good starting point where I'm like, okay, yeah, less screen time.
It's funny because they usually say lazy Sunday, but for you it's the opposite.
I guess so. Because usually how I feel is because I have something to do on Saturdays. So Saturday's not the chill day. It's like I got things to do. But yesterday was awful. I'm so glad we did not plan on having our reading sprints yesterday, because I probably wouldn't have shown up for it. I don't know what was wrong with me. I slept pretty well, but for some reason it was like, I don't know, there was like, how sometimes you're so tired that there's like a weight behind your eyes or something? I was like feeling like that, and it sucked. And I didn't even know what the problem was. Like, I wanted to do things, but it was the worst. But I was really glad. I slept pretty, a good long time last night, and I woke up feeling, all sorts jazzed and rejuvenated. So, I want to keep up with that, sleep like that. That way I can have a good day for the rest. But at least I got to do something, because yesterday I tried to go over and shop, but I brought my nice purse, and I've been keeping my regular purse. That's the one that has the money, credit cards. So I couldn't even get anything. I was so salty. But today I took care of it, so I was glad about that.
Nice.
Yeah, so got a little productive, but I still say I wish more things could have happened today. But I gotta, stay for the week and keep reading. I really want to read, but I really want to make sure, because that's what happened these last couple times. I've been going to the library a couple times since April, and it's like I cannot get into these books, or like I'm not setting the time aside to read them. So I really want to dedicate the time so I can read The Love Hypothesis once I finish this arc.
Definitely. Hi, glad you could join us. Hi.
Hello.
Glad you guys could join us. What will you be reading today? We're all being a little bit productive. I think we ended up talking more than reading, but writing. So at the top of the hour, do you guys want to start for another 30 minutes, Ray?
Sure. I'm gonna pop out super quick because I have to give my dog medicine, and
Yeah.
I'll be back in like 5 minutes. So
That's
Yeah, no
good.
problem.
talk amongst yourself.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this readathon, the Summer Splash readathon in July. It should be good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really want to have a good time with that. I hope I can get into those books. Obviously it has been a harder time for me this year to read anything.
Yeah.
But I hope for the month that I can get into some books. I really want to enjoy some things. But yeah, it's gotten so hot. It's been like 87 degrees, 90 degrees at night. It is so hot.
Yeah, it's been hot.
So bad.
too. And
I'm
it's
so
and I live in Illinois. Like, it's not supposed to be this hot. But I have actually been thinking about moving to Salem, Massachusetts.
Yes, I remember you mentioning that. Yeah.
which will be exciting because Salem. It just seems like the perfect place for me. Like I'll be like it's all witchy all year round, not just Halloween, and it's even colder than Illinois. And from what I hear, it has a pretty good pride community, which I
Yeah, I
really
recall
want.
you saying that. Yep.
Yeah, because I've been wanting to go to a pride event, but there's none around me. Like it will take a couple hour drive, like a 3-4 hour drive. It's like I'm not gonna drive 3-4 hours just for a pride event. Like bring it over here, closer to me. I can't even drive, so it's not like I could if I wanted to. So yeah, but but yeah, so it's been hot. Hate it.
Yeah, it's getting kind of unbearable.
Yeah.
Usually I'm cool with the heat. It's gotten too much, man.
Yeah.
The hidden line.
Nice. Interesting. Are
Cool.
you enjoying it?
Hopefully. Awesome.
Nice. Yeah, I hope you guys are enjoying your reads. Hopefully they'll be 5 stars. That's what we all aim for, right?
Awesome.
Nice. Yeah. Well, Robin, who will be back in a minute, is writing her or editing her novel, and Tiffany's, I forgot what your book's called. A Year to
Yeah,
the Day?
it's called A Year to the Day. It's
That's what I
a
thought.
And what's really exciting about this book is it's told in reverse chronological order. So
Yeah.
it's very interesting. And I've been saying to Robin and Johara, it's so wild because every single time I try to say the ending, technically it's the beginning. And then the beginning is technically the ending. And it's like, it's too swapped. But I'm hoping that like the resolution of the story will be like satisfactory, that like I find out what happened, like I hope there's like fair details in it where it's like, hey, this, I'm satisfied with the ending. I hope it doesn't feel like, oh, I should have just read it backwards, aka the right way, the normal way, and it would have been more satisfactory. I hope that's not the case. I hope, once I get to the end, it's like, yes, I feel solidly happy that was an ending, even though it was technically the beginning.
Yeah, definitely. I'm reading it's a reread, and it's a buddy read, and it's Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. We've been buddy reading the entire series, me and a few other people, and because we haven't read Harry Potter in like forever, and we wanted to reread it. And yeah, so I'm still very pretty early. I'm on chapter 8, the wedding. But yeah, I'm excited to finally finish this series again because it has been a while, and I know it's gonna make me cry though. It always makes me cry. But I may go on some Harry Potter rants when we come back because that tends to happen. I'm a very ranty person. Huh. Where's telling the story backwards? Interesting. Yeah, I'm writing.
Interesting.
Yeah, one of my WIPs, work in progress, is not like that, but it's different than what I've usually written, and it's basically where it's about one of the main characters is in 2040, so it's in the future, and she's telling her story. So everything that's happening with the main characters has technically already happened for them, just not for the audience. Kind of like your experience, Tiffany.
Yeah.
Because it's already happened for them, but hasn't for you.
Yeah, it is so interesting because it's like, oh yeah, back when that fight happened, I'm like, what fight? What happened? I need to know. And it is interesting with how this guy that she's connected to and everything, he knows what happened at the accident, but she doesn't. So at least she's in the dark just like I am here.
Yeah.
Like, that's like the one thing she's in the dark about. And I'm like, well, I guess we're both going to have to find out when I get to the end.
I think that's the point. Like, you're following her, and I think, and it seems like a big part of the story is the mystery aspect, because it seems like you're being reminded that she doesn't know what happened. So it seems like this mystery is supposed to be this big, huge thing, and so hopefully it pays off for you at the end,
That's
because
what
that
I'm
was
saying.
tough.
I really want it to be that, I get to the end and it's like, yes.
Yeah.
Hope so.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah, that definitely is a different type of writing style, but definitely sounds intriguing.
Yeah.
Yeah, for those of you that are new, we are going to be sprinting here in just a couple of minutes, and you guys can get some reading done, because I want to get some more reading done. I'm really hoping to get further in this book because I'm buddy reading it, and we're reading it for this month, so I'm hoping to finish it by the end of the month, which shouldn't be that hard. It is a big book, but I mean, I've read big books like this in less time, so I've got this.
Yeah, I got this. You got it figured out. And here I am just like, I'm trying. But I mean, to be fair, how did I start today? I was at 69 pages and I'm already at 94. So I got to focus on the positive that I am making progress,
Yes.
But I hope I can really dedicate the time tomorrow. I really want to get into this book so that it can be done and I can give the proper review. And I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, the point is to get it done before the time, I'm sure. But it's like, this is hard.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I started feeling warm all of a sudden. It's like, I hate the heat. So, no thank you.
Yeah.
So, like, please, heat, go away. So, do you want to do 30 minutes or 40, since we kind of talked a lot?
Oh, we could do 40. That gives me plenty of time to get into reading. I really need to do this,
Definitely. Okay, so we will start sprinting, and then by the time we're done, Robin should be back as well. So, awesome. Happy reading or writing or whatever you're doing. Hi. How was your sprint?
Pretty good. I got to page 102. Not too much of an update yet, but getting there, making my way into the book.
That's good.
Yeah. I mean, it gave me a little bit more into what happened in the beginning. Apparently, they went to a party they weren't supposed to. Oh, and apparently the sister's boyfriend told her something in the kitchen. It's like, what did she say? I want to know.
Yeah. Well, hopefully you'll find out soon.
Yeah.
Yeah. I read chapter 8, I think it was. And started chapter 9.
Awesome.
Yeah, they are now Ron, Harry, and Hermione are now on the run because the wedding was crashed by Death Eaters, and now they are hiding at a restaurant with Death Eaters.
Yes.
Death Eaters followed them. So action starting. The whole Horcrux hunt has started. So yay! And everybody in comments, please let us know how your reading went. We'd love to know.
Just started The Wrath of the Dawn. Yeah, that's a book I'm planning on reading.
Never heard of it. Intriguing though, Wrath of the Dawn.
Reading The Puppy War. Nice.
I have heard of that one. Yeah, but haven't read it and don't know if I'm going to. I don't know. I have a lot of books I need to read already. But I'm always adding more books to my TBR because I have an obsession. I think we all can say the same thing at this point. Well, glad you could make it. We were just updating about how our reading's going.
Yeah, I just really hope that, like, I don't want to be sad. Like, I want it to be in sort of like a, hey, this was a rough situation with this sister dying. But I just want it to be like something kind of hopeful. I don't know how we can do that though at the very beginning of the story, but I'm gonna have to see how it like. Yeah, I really don't know how this author is gonna finish the story. I really don't know where the ending is gonna go.
Yeah.
Like, I just don't know where we're working towards.
Yeah. But hope you'll figure out soon, and hopefully it's eventful and pays off.
Yeah, hopefully by tomorrow. I really want to be able to get into that.
Yeah. Yeah, like I love this book. I love all the Harry Potter books, obviously, some more than others. But this one's definitely the saddest. And I'm so not ready for the I love the Battle of Hogwarts. Like, it's obviously the most epic battle in all of Harry Potter. But it's also so sad because so many amazing characters die. Like, I'm not ready. I mean, in chapter 4, like, I was reading chapter 4 and already 2 characters lost their life. I was like, wow, this is messed up.
Aww.
Nice.
Awesome.
Made some progress. That's all that counts. Progress. And you probably read more than me. Because I did have to take a break. Oh, yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah, this was the time I finally painted by myself, except for like the edges and stuff. But yeah, it was work. But it's really nice when it's something you did. So thank you for the compliment. It took a long time for me to pick the color, but I'm glad I picked this one.
I might have been able to read more, but my siblings, I put them to bed a little bit early because I could, because I didn't want them to bother me. And my brother was having issues with his TV, so I had to help him. So that was fun.
Ooh,
Interesting. Hope you're enjoying it. Seems like, what genre is it? Like a thriller or mystery? Maybe both. Interesting. Yeah, I love a good plot twist like that. I have a couple plot twists I'm planning in several of my books because I love plot twists. Like I write plot twist after plot twist. I have an obsession.
Yeah.
They're just so much fun.
Yeah, I'm really hoping by the time we do our writing sprints on Tuesday, I will be updating you guys about the love hypothesis. If I end up being like, hey guys, I didn't finish the book, shame me. Just do a little shun. I just be like,
Shame on
no!
you. These are
I want to be
praise.
done. Yeah, but I'm a little disappointed. I did want to get into The Summer I Turned Pretty. I wanted to read the first book so I could watch the series when it came out on Friday. That didn't happen, but now I'm just gonna have to wait because I'm reading A Year to the Day, then I'll read The Love Hypothesis, then maybe I'll go to The Summer I Turned Pretty. But everyone's talking about the show right now. It's like, I don't want spoilers. Don't spoil me, guys.
Yeah, definitely. There's still several books that I want to finish this month, even though it's the 19th. But at the same time, the books I want to finish, I have started. And so some of them I'm even getting close to finishing-ish. So it shouldn't take too long. So hopefully. Nice. Yeah. I love horror and thriller movies. I haven't really watched horror. I haven't really read horror and thriller books. I do have The Final Girls by Riley Sager on my list. So I just love that concept, like someone targeting final girls, people who have survived their own horror stories. Like someone's just targeting them. I love that concept for some reason. So I'm excited for that book. I think it'll be fun.
Great. Yeah, I really want to like it because the Spanish Love Deception and the Love Hypothesis were not on my radar at all, but I decided to pick up the Spanish Love Deception. It was okay, but I am looking forward to reading the Love Hypothesis. I really want to like that one.
Hopefully it's a 5-star read for you.
Let's not go too crazy, but we'll see.
Because you hardly ever rate anything 5 stars.
Yeah, I got a little bit more lenient in 2021. You know, some books that probably don't really deserve 5 stars, but it's like it satisfied me, so it probably deserves it. Who can say for sure?
I mean, if you enjoy what you read, if you generally just enjoyed what you read, then yeah, it deserves 4 or 5 stars.
Yeah.
I'm not as strict as you with my ratings, though.
Right. I mean, I'm trying to do better. Like I said, like with the books I haven't enjoyed, I just am not rating. But
yeah, I get that. Yeah, interesting. Love a good mystery aspect.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, Harry Potter has a lot of mystery to it in a lot of the books. Like, there's always the question of who did something, you know, like in Half-Blood Prince, this is always the one I think of first. It's like, who is the Half-Blood Prince, obviously, you know, and I feel like there's a lot of mystery aspects that it's never talked about. Because through the entire book, you're like, wait a minute, there's still so much we don't know.
Ooh, awesome. What's that book about?
Sounds like another horror thing. That might be the author's preferred genre.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Yeah. I know Lee from the Dark Roots of Creation just did a video where she ranked all of his books. Yeah, or all the ones she's read at least. I don't know, something like that. But yeah, the only one I've really planned on reading was Final Girls, which I do own. It's on my physical TBR. So I hope to get it to it this year. My mom did read it. She borrowed my copy and read it when she was starting to get into reading. And she rated it 4 stars. So she's not as big into horror as I am. So I think I might like it, but who knows? I'm hoping I do because, like I said, I love that concept, and I'll be very disappointed if I don't like it. Hi, glad you could join us. What will you be reading? We'd love to know. Honestly, I can't make up my mind. There are aspects of many things in the book, which is why I'm enjoying it so much.
That's really cool.
Yeah, at least you're enjoying it. That's all that matters at the end of the day. Like, I know some people say things about like, try to shame you for liking something you like, you know, but I don't really care. Like, there's some things that I watch that some people say are for like kids and stuff, like Monster High, or I even enjoy My Little Pony, and I really don't care. Like I like it. That's all that matters. So, yeah, my motto is to not care what anyone else thinks.
Nice.
So as long as you enjoy it, that's all that matters in the end of the day. Ice Age's book Home Before Dark was my first by him, and I loved it. Nice.
Nice.
Never heard that one. Oh, of course, I think the only one I really know of is Final Girls. I mean,
Maybe Neon Gods. Yeah.
nice.
I tried to read a book of hers. It was definitely not my thing. I was the wrong audience for that kind of book. I was like, oh, nope, I'm dead. Because people have talked about the author, and I was like, oh, okay, nope, bad call for me. That was not my thing.
Yeah. Sorry, my brother wants some Cheez-Its, and he's throwing it full. Now go to bed like you're supposed to. But being the eldest is hard for those of you who are not oldest. I'm the oldest of 6. Like
That's a lot of siblings.
being the oldest is hard work. It's almost as hard work as being the mother, I swear. Like helping mother a lot of the time. Like I help raise my little siblings sometimes. Like right now, my parents are at my dad's, like, because he's moving in, so they're packing up his things, and I'm watching them until they come home sometime tomorrow, and I'm just like, I'm already done. I'm like, I'm done with this.
Yeah.
Being the oldest is hard.
It's more of a thriller about this college girl who wants to leave school early, and she goes like the ride board at school, and she gets in the car with a stranger, and the story just goes from there. Oh no! Oh my gosh, that's not good.
Why people in horror related things, books, movies, whatever, die. Like, come on, real people are smarter than that. At least most of us are. So give us some credit in horror
At
movies.
some point in time, people trusted so much that it was that easy, you know.
I guess. But they're still doing that. So I mean, there are some smart heroes or whatever in horror movies, but I swear some of the people that die deserve to die because they were so stupid. That's a little harsh, but
Oh my gosh, that is so brutal.
I watch a lot of horror and thriller movies, so like yes, the eldest is hard. I'm like done. Like I quit my older sibling duties for the rest of the year. It was also set in like the 80s. That's okay. Yeah, interesting.
Pretty interesting.
Note to everybody: do not get in a car with a stranger.
Duh. Well, that's what's kind of crazy now. This whole ride sharing thing, you know.
Yeah,
You just gotta hope that they're a good person. It's like,
yeah. I mean, I'm a relatively trusting person. I've been told that I do trust relatively easily. Like I would never get into a stranger's car or anything. Like I'm not like that. But I do trust, and I will. And apparently, my mom used to say that me and my sister, Fantasia, the one that's like right up under me in the age range, when we were younger and it was just the two of us, if we saw a stranger, I'd talk to them and stuff. I mean, I wouldn't stray and go away with the stranger or anything, but I'd say hi and stuff. And my sister would cower behind my mom, be like, no, because I've always been I'm a people person. Despite being a severe introvert, I'm a people person, and I do generally, like meeting new people. But I would never go into a car with a complete stranger. Like, no.
well, no one should. Come on. Yeah. Well,
I don't want to die yet.
Let's not forget the first episode of Criminal Minds. It's like that because it's like she's trying to sell her car, and so like they are driving it, and then they're driving it back to her car, or she's trying to get the car. It's something like that. It's either whatever. It's trying to get a new car, and then he keeps on driving, and that's how he kidnaps her. It's like, come on, this is why we don't get in cars with strangers.
Oh my gosh. I didn't like Survive the Night book. When I finished part 1, I DNF'd it. That sucks. Yeah. But we all have those DNFs. Yeah. How does everybody feel on DNFing? Like, do you DNF? Like, I know some people don't like to DNF. Me personally, I do. Like, I don't want to waste time on something I'm not enjoying. But since I do read fantasy series, I will give the first book of the series at least halfway, because a lot of times it does take halfway of the explaining and stuff for it to really get into the story and really start to get good. So I do usually give it at least halfway through. If I'm not captivated by then, or at least somewhat intrigued or enjoying it, then I will be done with it.
Yeah, I mean, I've tried to do a little bit more DNFing, but I am still kind of in the, I've spent this much time, I'm going with it,
Yeah, but then do you want to spend that much more time on it?
I know. It's just one of those things. It's like, no.
I do DNF, but not often. Same. I mean, I will DNF if I have to, but I don't not enjoy what I'm reading very often. I rate most of my books 4 and 5 stars, and that's just because I know what I like to read, so I stay in my reading bubble, and I only get books that I'm sure I'm gonna love. And most of the time, I do end up loving them. Like, I love most fantasy, so So it's not so as long as I stay in fantasy, the chances of me not liking it are very slim. But I have read the occasional fantasy that I did not enjoy, and I got very disappointed because that does not happen often. So I get that much more disappointed. Like Red Queen, I DNF Red Queen, and I feel like that's like has a lot of mixed reviews. I feel like you either love it or you hate it, and it's like split in between. Like half of it loves it, half of it hates it.
It was hard to get through, but it was neutral for me. I gave it 3 stars. Like, it's definitely a pretty mediocre read, I'd say. It did the job, but not in a very good or effective way. It's just kind of a story. I couldn't really tell you anything good about it. It's just kind of like, okay, it exists.
Yeah. I DNF. I started this year so far. DNF 3 to 4 books. Hey, when that happens. This year I have DNF 0. I've also done several rereads this year, so of course I'm not gonna DNF a reread because I know I like it. But out of the books that I haven't read and are reading this year, I have not DNF'd yet. I'm hoping to finish most of my physical TBR this year. That's my goal, all except for Warriors, because that is a long series, and I swear it's taking up half of my physical TBR. So my first goal is to finish everything but that, and then I'll focus on that next year because that is one long series. But I swear I'm gonna be really disappointed if I DNF anything on my physical TBR, just because I'm so sure I'm gonna love them all. But if I don't, I'm gonna like cry and wallow in my room. Do you think you're gonna like everything in your physical TBR?
Absolutely not. There's this book. It's true. There's this book. I don't know if you guys remember. I mean, it's been forever. It's been forever, really. It's been like a year and a half ago. I was trying to read this book called The Fandom, and I mentioned it in our reading sprints. It was just such a trash downer, even though it was an interesting concept. And it does sound weird because someone came up with the concept and another person wrote it. It's like, that's a weird. I mean, who does that?
Yeah.
Like, it just seems like a failure waiting to happen. And I don't think I've really seen anyone say positive praise about it, but it's like, I have the book.
Then why did you buy the book?
I didn't know that it was a bad book, okay? My goodness.
I love
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hold on. Sorry, my siblings. I'm still watching them.
Yeah.
They're supposed to be going to sleep, and now they want something to eat, even though they're not supposed to eat this late. But I agreed. Let them have something to eat because my siblings are annoying. And I'm tired of being the oldest. Does someone want to take my job for a while? I could use a vacation from being the oldest. But at least you're getting making progress and getting through your book. You know,
Yeah.
I've been making progress too on a couple different books, which I'm happy about. I made a dent in Deathly Hallows. It's a big book, but I
Awesome.
made a dent. I think I'm getting close to 200, sort of close to 200 pages. I'm at page 166, so
Yeah.
I think I can. I'm hoping to get to page 200 tonight. No promises, but
Yeah.
that's still like 40 so pages to go. So
Yeah.
no promises.
Sorry.
I said so. No promises.
Yeah. Yeah. I just really want to get. It's hard because part of me wants to take my time, but if I take my time, you know how long it's gonna take me? Months. Okay, maybe not that long, but a long time, and I don't have time to wait.
Yeah.
So I would like to get through it, but in a more yes, I'm fully absorbing it kind of way. I want to be able to spend enough time that I can effectively finish it and have it in my mind so I can put a review out, give it to the publishers. I
Yeah.
don't know what I'm gonna say still, because I mean, but who knows? You know, like maybe by the time I get closer to the end, I'll have a full, at least a good amount of thoughts. I really want to have some good thoughts
Yeah.
so that I can say something, because you can't really do a review if you have nothing to say, can you?
Yeah. True. I was gonna say something, but then I forgot. But yeah, definitely. And I hope you figure out like what you want to say, and you know, hopefully it will help them and stuff.
Yeah.
When does the book come out?
The 21st. So like I said, it comes out Tuesday. It's like, no, it's so soon. And I have been planning on reading it, spending more time reading it. It just hasn't happened throughout the day. And like I said, I had big plans yesterday, but I was just absolutely dead. So I really couldn't do it. Like I read a couple pages.
Yeah.
But yeah, today's been much better.
That's good. I remember what I was gonna say. So if sprints really do help you, maybe for the next couple of days you could like look up on YouTube who's doing reading sprints, and maybe that'll help motivate you to get some reading done too. Since our next,
I'd say
won't be
it's
until
more
Tuesday.
like participation in sprints, but I understand what you're saying, but I am like, you know, I was reading a fair amount before we started our sprints today, and you know, and I'm doing it the way that I need for my pace at this point, because it used to be I could read a book in my head, no problem, but now I need to read it out loud to get it. But so far so good. You know, at least I finally surpassed 100 pages, and then I'll get to 200, and then 300, and then eventually done with the book. And at least it's nothing insane like the Spanish Love Deception, but still, it's long. I gotta do it.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like the Spanish Love Deception was like it's different because it's like you enjoyed it, but at the same time it dragged out
was
so
killing
long
her.
that it was killing you a little bit inside. And it's like, wow, to enjoy a book and not to enjoy a book at the same time, that must be a different feeling. I don't think I've ever felt that.
Yeah, no, it was crazy because I was having a good time, but I was just feeling so pressured because I would look every time and it's like, oh, look how much more I have. And I was like, no, stop it now. I don't know.
That's why
been rough.
since I read fantasy, there's a lot of thick books in fantasy. I'm a little bit more used to it because you also mostly read contemporary. I think that's your go-to genre.
Right.
But what I do is I don't focus on what I have left to read. I focus on how much I got done. Like I
But
still have
it is hard though. It is hard though with that book because it's so weighty. You know,
True.
you don't expect a romantic, paperback to be pretty light, and it's like, no, this thing's a giant.
Yeah, I get that. Like I still have all of this to go with, but I got this much done. So progress.
Yeah, right. I don't know. I hope I can get like back into my old groove the way it used to be with reading, where I could just be like do reading. But I think ebooks are helpful because it is you don't really see how far into the book you are, and you just tap or scroll, whichever way you read,
Yeah, definitely. Are you up for one more 30-minute sprint at 10 after? Or
Yeah.
are you done for the night?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I need to get my reading in, man.
Yeah.
I need to do it.
Yeah, I just know that that's a little bit later for you than it is for me. So I didn't
Yeah,
know.
no, that's not a problem for me. I'm just like, I have no place to be tomorrow. So, but I do want to be careful because last weekend, when we did our really long sprint, last weekend it was I was like murdered on Monday. It's like I couldn't do anything. So I hope
I said
I
one
hope
last
this
one.
time I think I have more energy today, but who can say for sure?
Yeah.
I hope tomorrow, because I need that energy to finish the book.
Yeah, definitely.
But the one thing that I am glad about is I did finish that book. What was it called? The Upside of Falling. Yes, it was 288 pages, but I still finished it in a day. And that was like 6 hours and something, like time-wise. So if I dedicate the time and I do not have the full book, no, actually that would work, because it's like 230 something pages I have now. I could do it.
Yeah.
I just solved it for myself. I could do this. Yes. Here I thought I couldn't do it. I can make it work. I can make it happen.
Yeah, you can. And hopefully by the time we do our writing sprints on Tuesday, that book is done.
Yeah. And I'll be like, guys, I did it. I finished the book, and I did my review, and I sent it to the publisher. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's strive for that for Tuesday.
Yeah, I really want it to be. I want to be done with it, and then focus on other things. And like I said, I want to go to the library, pick up The Love Hypothesis, read that one. But, I'll see how much time I get with it. If I either get 2 weeks or 3 weeks. But I need to dedicate the time, because I've had a year to the day. I got it sometime in April. But of course I was reading other stuff,
Yeah.
So it had been a plan to read in April. It didn't happen. And then May, and then now. But I'm getting there.
You've got this.
Yeah. No, it's just so funny for me, because it's like I've been saying to my parents, this is my top priority. I know it may not mean much to you, but it's a big deal that I have to get this thing done. It's like assigned reading, except not.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, like it's like it means a lot to you, but other people might not understand it. Like whenever I finish a good amount of books in a month, I get so excited when other people might not understand my excitement. Like because even I'm a decent sized reader, but I do spend a lot of my time writing, so I don't always focus on reading, which is something I'm trying to change. But when I got out of my reading slump last year and ended up reading 14 books in October, I was ecstatic. I was like, I can't believe I actually finished 14 books. That was the most I finished in a while. And I was just so happy.
Yeah. Yay, it's 10:10. We're going to read.
Yeah.
We're going to finish things. We're going to accomplish whatever we're reading.
Yes. So that's 40 after, right? 30 minutes?
Or do you want to go for 40? Whatever you want to do.
I already have this up, so that's fine. I was just trying
so
to do
You're like, I'm too lazy to do it. Change it up.
Yeah.
But that's okay. I'll try to get that extra 10 minutes in. Either tonight or tomorrow. I need to do that reading.
I mean, mean, we could always do an extra 10 minutes because I do want to finish. I do want to get to page 200, and I might need that extra 10 minutes. So yeah, I think we're gonna go to 50 instead.
Awesome.
Like,
I'm
I
gonna
wanna get
dedicate
that
this time
to
because I
page
needed
200.
some food before, but yes, I'm doing this full 40. I'm gonna read it.
Yes, and I want to get to page 200. We both have goals. Let's make the goals.
Let's do it.
Okay. Happy reading. Hello.
Give me just a second. I'm about to finish the chapter. I just need like 1
Yes.
minute.
Yeah, go ahead and finish. And everyone else, let me know how your sprint went. And we'll be back in just a moment. Yes, we were sprinting. And now we're coming back. Hello, hi. Glad to see you again. How was everyone's sprints? Did you get a lot of reading done? Were you productive? I was. I'm very happy with my sprints. Nice, 20%. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Well, anyone who's new, we do these sprints a lot. We do reading sprints every Sunday now, and we switch channels between her, me, and the book Wormhole. And we also do writing sprints on Tuesdays, and we also switch channels from me, her, the book Wormhole, and TM Cole. So if you guys want to, follow our reading and writing sprints and get some reading and writing done yourself. I did. I got to page 200 in Deathly Hallows. Actually, I got exactly to 200 because the chapter ended on page 200. And I didn't start the next chapter because because the chapter's so long and I didn't want to be in the middle of a chapter, because after this I'm probably going to bed. And I try not to be in the middle of a chapter if I don't have to. But I had a little bit of time left, so I did reread some of Crooked Kingdom because I had started that earlier today. So yeah, I got to page 200 and then read a little bit more, and I'm very, very happy with my progress. That is the best feeling. I got to pick, the chapter ended right on page 200. I was like, yes. It was perfect timing too. I loved it. Just hit a pretty big plot twist. I had considered it, but not the implications. I'm floored. Ah. Nice. I love a good plot twist. I'm obsessed with plot twists, especially writing them. They're so much fun. But yeah, for all the newcomers, I hope you guys join in on our future sprints, because we do sprints every Sundays and Tuesdays. So please come and join us, because we are trying to be productive a lot, as you can tell. But yeah, we have a lot of fun with these, and we chat, and yeah. Yeah, so I'm in the middle of several books, so I'm trying to get some of those done. But yeah, I'm very happy with my progress, because I got to my goal on Deathly Hallows, which was to get to page 200, and I got to page 200 exactly, and had some time to spare, so I was very happy. Approximately how many pages did you read? I don't know. I didn't keep track, and I don't know what page I started on for the sprint, but I do know when we first came live, I was barely at page 100. I was at 111, and now I'm at 201. So I say I read a good deal. I read almost 100 pages just for the sprint alone. So I'm very happy.
I finished the chapter. I'm happy about that.
Yay!
So what am I up to now? I read 16 pages. So I was a little curious, like, what the gift was that the guy had gotten for her. So now I know. And there was a fire. I'm not. It's not that bad. It's not that bad what the fire was, but there was a fire, and now I kind of like saw it. But this is making me the what was put in the fire makes me so salty because it's the same. It's almost the exact same thing that happened in the Upside of Falling, and it's like, how dare you? I'm so mad. You usually just give those away, sell those something, and instead it's just like, let's burn them. I'm like, no. It happens. It's happening too much.
Oh
That
wow.
is just horrible. No, but yeah. So far, so good with the book. I mean, I don't know if I'm quite the person for this kind of story, and by that I mean a grief sort of story because
Yeah, I'm not.
I don't. I haven't. Fortunately, I have not personally dealt with a dead, someone that died. I mean, there was a girl that was in my school that had passed away in high school, but I didn't really know her, So, but
Yeah.
it's not the same thing as like your girlfriend or your sister, like I
Yeah.
cannot relate at all. And I just kind of feel like a big part of this book is grief, and I just don't feel I'm quite in the target audience for this kind of grief, or at least
Yeah.
like I mean, I don't know. I mean, I can understand what they're talking about, the whole thing of like no one the people that are asking them to move on don't really understand because they haven't lost things, but it's also kind of
Yeah.
like, I mean, it has been a good long time. And I don't know, like sometimes I like it when it seems like things are getting more back to normal for them, or at least them trying. And other times I'm like, come on, guys.
But
Like,
it does seem realistic. Like
I
if
know, I know. Like I know the reason why. I'm just
yeah.
saying for the sake of a story because it is the author is in charge of how they're writing it. And
Yeah.
that's kind of how it's going. And for me, I'm sure for someone who's gone through grief like that, probably this is like it feels very relatable to them and they
Yeah.
really enjoy it. It's just for
Definitely.
me, I really want to go into a book happy because life sucks, especially right now. Life sucks, like things are not going well in the world overall. So it's like
Yeah.
we're dealing with some sucky stuff. I want to feel good.
Yeah, that's why I don't read books like that, or why I don't read nonfiction, or books like what grief books like that, or books like Fault in Our Stars. Not just because I'm obsessed with fantasy, but also because I love the escapism, and if it's too real, then I lose that escapism.
Mm,
And I mean that's why I love fantasy. I love going to these different worlds that are just so unlike my world.
yeah. I just looked at the chat. Did you get to page 200 in your book?
Yes, I actually got
Hey,
exact.
we both
Yes,
accomplished our goals. I wanted to get further
exactly.
into my book, and you wanted to get to page 200. Woohoo!
I'm very happy because I like the chapter stopped on page 200, and I was like, "Wow,
Nice.
that was perfect." So I didn't. I had a little bit of time left, like 10ish minutes left, and I didn't want to start the next chapter because it was kind of long. Because these chapters
Yeah.
are long, and after this, I'm probably going to bed. So I didn't want to start a new chapter and not be able to finish it if I didn't have to. So
Yeah.
I just read a little bit more of my reread for Crooked Kingdom. Got a tiny bit farther than that. So yeah, but so I made great progress, and during the entire live, I read almost 100 pages because I started the live at 111 on I was a Half-Blood Prince, wrong book, Deathly Hollows. Apparently my mind is still on Half-Blood Prince, but Deathly Hollows, and now I'm on page 200. So I made a lot of
Awesome.
progress, and I'm very happy with myself.
Yeah. So, right now I'm 36% into the book apparently. I don't know, like I can understand how it goes that it isn't you're not that far into the book. I mean, I know 36% is still good. It's just part of me is just like I've been here forever. And I haven't even read that much that often. So like I got to cut myself a break here. But and that's why I'm saying that I don't think I have enough information. I have not read enough to make like a
Yeah.
definitive analysis and review for it. But I will say there's a quote I really liked. So it's out of context, so it's not really a spoiler, is it? This is my memory, Leo. East Murmurs. I want you to have this one. I don't know. It's just even though it's like it sounds very simple, it just seems so important and kind of like very weighted and like in like a solid way. I just felt it just kind of pulled me and made me feel like, yeah, this is a good quote.
Yeah.
So I wanted to keep that one. I don't really have too much with this book. Usually I do sticky tab, but I don't really have many things here. Like there was like a little joke he'd made when he was giving the gift to her that I liked, but I mean it's not a big deal joke. It's just kind of like, hey, there's a joke in this. Something good and happy. Like the only character who's having a good time in this book is the dog. Their little corgi named Denver. Very cute.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah. What's gonna be good is getting to the love hypothesis, because that should be
Yeah.
a light, happy, romance-centric read, which is exactly my thing, and I want it right now. Well, I'll have to get to it when I finish this, but I do want to get through the book. But I will get there.
Yeah. I just commented my reading and writing discords if anyone has Discord. Because I post whenever we do these sprints, so you can keep up to date, because I know it can be hard to keep up to date. And these sprints are fun.
Yeah.
And we both were very productive today, and I'm very happy.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I was at page 69. I was like, I'm never going to finish this book. And now I'm 36% in. Yes, I got this. I can do it. I can do this.
I haven't updated Goodreads yet. I'll be doing that here in a few. So I don't know what percentage I'm in, but I mean.
Oh, I just checked on Google. I was just like, let me look it up. No, at first I was considering putting it on Goodreads. For this one, I just want to only post on Goodreads when I'm finished. I'm just gonna be like, that's it. I don't know. Like with some of them, I do update, especially with the Spanish Love Deception. I mean, that update thing is like this. It's so much because it took forever to read. And that's why I do not want to repeat that horrible reading experience again. It's like I had a good time until I didn't. Not again.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I tend to update whenever I finish reading. And if I plan on taking a break, if I just put it down for a second to do something real quick, then I won't do that update, because like what's the point? But if I'm done with it for the day or plan on taking a break or whatever, I try to remember to update. I used to be really bad at it when I first joined Goodreads, but I'm really good at updating now. I keep Goodreads up while I'm reading, and yeah, so
nice.
Very good. Let's see. Thanks for coming. Good night. We had fun. I'm done for the night. I don't know if you're getting tired yet or if you're gonna keep reading.
No, I want to focus here, and yeah, I'm not sure how much I slept, but I slept a lot because like I said, I was absolutely dead. I really should have gotten to sleep way earlier, but I went to sleep maybe 10:55, and I didn't wake up till maybe 11. So I was asleep for a pretty long time. I was like, I'm dead and I need to recover. Unfortunately, that energy boost came back to me, and I was like, yes. But I get this book done. I'm gonna do it. And I know it's a silly way of looking at it. It's like, I thought you were having fun here. Well, guess what? I want to be done fast, and I'm not a fast reader, so I need to dedicate the time.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, yeah, sometimes it's like even if you're enjoying it, you want to read it faster than you can read. But I feel like if you focus on trying to finish it, then you won't enjoy the journey as much. But I think we've all done that sometimes. Be like, I want this book to be done yesterday. Yeah.
Maybe you should put it in in your description. You should put it in your description. Maybe that would work on YouTube.
Yeah.
Like you can edit it in YouTube
That might-
Studio or something.
Yeah. Just give me a minute while YouTube comes up and I'll do that. And then you can have the link so people can join and talk with other readers and writers if you are a reader and writer.
When do you think you're going to be done with the Deathly Hallows? Do you think by tomorrow, or do you think it's going to take a little bit more time?
I won't go as far as say tomorrow. I do want to get some writing done tomorrow, but I also want to get a good amount of reading done. And I don't know when my parents are coming home tomorrow. They're supposed to come home at some point tomorrow, but it could be in the afternoon for all I know. So I'll still be watching my siblings. I'm hoping they sleep in though. I hope within at least the next few days, maybe Wednesday at the latest.
Yeah.
I do want to finish it, but I don't want to give myself unrealistic I can't speak expectations and be like, oh, I'm gonna finish it tomorrow, and then it's not done for another 2 days.
Yeah. Well, it is just kind of funny how, like, usually I'm like, okay, well, we're talking about this and this and that. Let me find something new to talk about. And it's kind of hard for me to find something else to talk about because it's like priority one is read this book, finish it, post review, pick up the Love Hypothesis, do something with that and reading it, whatever. But yeah, usually like I'd have more books to talk about, but right now it's kind of like whatever I get to. And obviously the Summer Splash Readathon in July, that's going to be a good chunk of books. And I'll just have to determine what I read when I read, you know?
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, so I know you have some issues with this book because grief is not your thing, but are you at least enjoying it a little bit? Like,
oh, I was just saying that maybe I'm not the right like target audience for it.
yeah.
That's all I was saying. It's not like I mean, like I said, I personally would very much like a light, easy, breezy, happy read, and that's not really what the story's about.
Yeah, I get
trying
that.
to move on, but yeah, it is good. I think it's solid. Again, I don't think it is the most amazing thing. I don't know what to really say about the writing. The writing's just kind of doing its thing, you know?
Yeah.
I can't, like, it's like one of those things where it's like, if someone were to show you your diary or something, you know, it could be like, this writing is writing. It's like just standard. That's kind of how I feel. Like I wouldn't be like, this writing is bad or this writing is exceptional and this is the reason why. I don't really have anything to say in that regard, but that's for me, you know? Like, well,
Yeah.
to me, simple writing is more my kind of style because I like to be able to understand, you know?
Yeah.
Because like the super artsy stuff is either I can't remember the word, but very uppity,
Yeah.
or it's just too complicated that you don't even understand what they're talking about. So
Yeah. I mean, you like being an ARC reader, right?
sorry,
You like being an ARC reader, right?
I guess.
Okay, I was just thinking because maybe you could try to find, like, if you continue being an ARC reader, you could try to find books that are more into your comfort zone so you have more of be able to help them more, if that makes sense.
I'm not quite understanding what you're saying.
Like, if you read an ARC that you,
Oh, ARC.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
That's why I thought you said art, A-R-T. That's why I was like,
ARC. So you like being an ARC reader, is what I'm trying to say. So maybe you could just try to find books that are more into your comfort zone, and then books you can review more honestly because they are for you.
I wouldn't say it's something that like is so out of my comfort zone. I'm just saying like,
yeah, I get what you're trying to
say. Light, easy breezy reads, and I'll say one thing. It also depends on the time, you know, like what you're going through, it kind of depends, because I was going through a rough time in March of 2021, and I was reading Shatter Me. Now, I had read that once before, and I was going through a good time, and I just thought that book was pretty bad. It wasn't my kind of thing. I didn't like it. But when I read it, when I did a reread in March, I was going through a rough time, and she was kind of going through a rough time, and it was like, even with the purple prose, the super artsy writing, it worked for me. And I was cool with the grief and the sadness and the whatever, like the bummer situation she was going through. Like, I liked it. It worked for me then. You know, it really has to depend on how you're doing, you know? So like right now, I just need something very easy and light, and I want to feel good while I'm reading. And obviously this book is not exactly going there. But again, I think you could still do grief in still a compelling way, or at least more still like in a happy way, because you could still like have good things happen. Like, okay, here's an example. It's Not Summer Without You. I rated that book I wanted to read it 4 stars. Maybe I did rate it 3 stars, but I really enjoyed it. And the big reason why is I thought the way they handled grief was done so well. I was very impressed with it, and the book worked for me. It just really depends on the kind of person you are and how you want grief to be portrayed in a book. And
Definitely.
the way the author is doing it, if you like it. And again, I'd say too, though, is an advantage The Summer I Turned Pretty, It's Not Summer Without You has is it's in the middle of a trilogy. Like, you already know the characters in book 1, you know? So there's a lot of time to get to know them, and you can have an attachment to them, at least somewhat. Like, I wouldn't say I was too attached to that series, but there's at least some attachment. And again, like I said, I don't feel like there's enough character development in these characters. And I don't feel I know them well enough to really be like, this is a solid story, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if it'll, like I said, I'm only 36% into it. I don't know if character development will be more into the story, or if that's not really what the story's about.
I mean, it's going back in time, so if there is development, I feel like it'll be backwards, if that makes sense.
I'm just not sure, though, because, like, all the characters already know each other. We're going back to, like, when the accident happened or something. And so they already know each other. So I don't think they're going to be like, and this character, let me tell you about what this character's up to. Like, I don't know. I'm just saying that, like, it has to depend. And I've definitely dealt with books that deal with grief, and it really depends.
Yeah.
You know, it could be a lot of factors. I'm not saying this book is bad. It just is not something I would be like, this is the most amazing thing I've ever read. But at least that's for me, because obviously I'm sure there are a lot of people that would read this book and be like, oh, this is perfect. This is the perfect book for me, because art is subjective. Yeah. And I hate that. Sometimes I do hate that term, because it's like, there are things that are bad, but obviously, on average, subjective.
Yeah, definitely. I get that. And like, there are, like I was telling Robin about like publishing our books and stuff. Every reader is different, and there are millions of people in the world and millions of readers, and I mean, there are going to be people that will love your book. There are going to be people that think indifferent towards your book, and there's going to be people that hate your book. You know, it's just something you get used to. But yeah, I mean, just because this isn't the book for you doesn't mean there's not going to be tons of people someday that will be obsessed with this book and rereading it 10 times a year.
Yeah, right. And again, that doesn't mean it's a bad book. It's just, you know, not the right audience. But again, it's still interesting. I really want to know what happened at the beginning. Like,
I mean, that's good. It keeps your interest.
He's still keeping the nugget of information of what she wants to know. And that's why he gave her this gift. And it's like, okay, what else? I want to know.
So you said you are going to do more reading tonight because you really want to finish it?
100%. I need to do some more reading. But I hope it doesn't end up being we log off and then I'm like, now for YouTube and Twitter. No, I could not do it. I need to read.
Before I go to bed, I will bully you and be like, "Hey, get to reading."
No,
I
wouldn't
think
it be
you're
funny though? You
scrolling
see me
Twitter.
like, retweet something and you're like, Tiffany, don't forget what you just said.
Right?
Read already.
Be like, "You better be reading." I know you're scrolling through Twitter right now.
Yeah.
I
No,
swear, if
I
message
really do aim for it. And what's good is like I'm not like feeling pressured to look or anything. I do want to see what's happening. It's just I don't know. Again, it's just not a book that I'm in the desire. Like there are books where I'm excited and I want to get right back to it and see what's happening. It's just a little bit not quite there, but I still want to know. And again, a big thing that is still giving me, I don't know if it's dopamine or serotonin, one of those. I definitely get that chemical when I finish a book. So I know it's going to feel really good when I do that. When I go through my review, when I finish it, and then I send it off to the publishers. That's going to feel so good. And then I'm going to go to the library, pick up the Love Hypothesis. Like that stuff is going to make me feel so good. And I know in order to meet those goals, I have to finish the book.
Yeah.
So it's like one of those things. No, it really is. It's not so much like, it's not like I'm reading like this. I'm actively reading. It's just, it's not so much I'm not being pulled to read. There's a good word for it. I'm not being pulled to read. It's just kind of like, okay, I'm reading to get to the end and to find out what happens. But I am still curious. I don't think it's like major curiosity. I don't think the mystery is like this all-encompassing thing. Like I said, I don't know if I would really feel like that. I feel like this book isn't really high stakes. Just kind of feels like, you're gonna find out when you find out. It's just kind of like I said, grief is the big thing, but it just feels light in the sense of like things happening, tension. Just tension doesn't feel like the big thing here.
Yeah, definitely. Tomorrow I hope to be productive. I want to get at least 1,000 words written and at least 1,000. I almost said 1,000 pages read. No, what? That's too much. Like 100 is good. 100 is more than good. Not 1,000. Like that's no. I don't think I can get 1,000 words written in a week or read in a week. So no, I'm good.
Yeah. Oh, well, I think what would be maybe a good idea for both of us, and maybe Robin would want to too, is not reading sprints like what we're doing here, but maybe we would like in our Twitter group chat just be like, hey, here's where I'm at in my progress. It might just be nice to be like, we're meeting the goalposts. It's like those like check-ins in those marathons or something. I'm at this checkpoint, No, but I really want it to be, I'm like, I did it, guys. I finished the book and I'm ready to do my review. Whatever I can say about it, I'm going to say.
Yeah. You're going to finish it by Tuesday. I know you will.
Yes, I will.
You got this.
It's got to be tomorrow. I really want to aim for tomorrow because that means I did read it before it came out because it will come out tomorrow and I don't know, like, will it come out, early? Later? Probably early though. That's why I kind of want to have it done.
Yeah. Maybe you could try after the sprints to get to 50 percent before.
Oh, that might be a little too much.
No.
Let me just see what 335. Let me see how many pages I'd have to get to.
I mean, if you want to finish it tomorrow, then you could get 50% today and then finish the rest of the 50% tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll see. But 167 pages I'd have to get to.
What page
to be
are
halfway.
you on?
And I'm at page 134.
That's not too bad.
Or am I wrong? Is it 120? No. I got to 104. No, I'm at 120. So I have much more to go. Yeah, 47 pages to get halfway. I don't think I'm going to get 47 pages into that.
You've got this.
For the night, I don't know. But to be fair, I got to remember how much time do I spend on my stinking phone? Either watching stuff or, just scrolling through stuff. So much time. So I could easily probably finish it. Because let me think. page 69, so it was almost 70. Yeah, I read 51 pages so far today. So technically I could. Maybe I will.
You got this.
That's a bit of a challenge though. I once had to read a novel in 3 days back at college. It was Middlesex. Cool.
Yeah. I mean, I read the third Shadow and Bone book in one day, and that's over 400 pages.
Yeah, I'd say it is interesting with some books. Like, one book was super fast paced or something I could easily get through. And it wasn't like I was aiming to finish it in one day, but I was reading the second book until the To All the Boys I Loved Before series, P.S. I Still Love You. I flew through that book. I read it in less than a day. It wasn't like it was interesting. It was just like, it's just easy to get through. And I like books like that because it's like, yes, I got through it fast. No, but it is nice. And it's annoying that there are people who can easily get through books that fast usually. I'm like, are you kidding me? I mean, once I can spend weeks on end just to finish a book.
Once I get into a book, I can get through it pretty quickly if I'm in the mood for reading. I know books 2 and 3 of The Secrets of the Immortal Nicholas Flamel I finished in like 2 days. Because that's really fast paced. I still haven't really started book 4 yet, but that's just because I had so much I wanted to read this month for Pride Month that was kind of pushed back. Mm-hmm. So I do want to finish that series next month, but they are pretty quick books. They're only like in the 300s, which is pretty good for fantasy, and they are very fast paced. So like, there's constantly action. They're constantly on the run. They're constantly trying to survive the next day. So it's like, I already read 3 books and it's only been like 3 days. So, so a lot is going on. So if you want a fast-paced read, I definitely recommend this one. But I definitely can get through it pretty fast.
What is it again?
The Secrets of the Immortal Nicholas Flamel.
Oh, right. Yes, we like that one. Yeah.
Yeah, that one is very fast-paced, very interesting. I mean, the action started pretty much in the first couple of chapters, and they explain things as you go. So it's like a lot of fantasy series is they have the first book where you try to introduce yourself to the world for the first half of it, explaining so much. Most fantasy has to do that, because you have all the world building and everything, but they explain things as you go. And so the action never ceases, and it's really an amazing way to write fantasy, and I'm in love with it.
Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna read this sticking book. It's gonna happen.
Yes,
I'm manifesting it, and then there's just that little part of me that's just like, no, you're not. How dare you doubt I can do this?
Yeah.
No, I will do it. I will read this book. But I mean, that's what I was proud of myself. There wasn't any like thing I was required to do. I wanted to, with that book I was telling you about, The Upside of Falling. I just wanted to read a book in a day, and I did it. Like, how nice does that feel? Just to get a book done. You do the reading, and like I said, so far that's the best book of the year. So
yeah.
Maybe this could be the second best book of the year. I don't know. Spanish Love Deception just gets lower and lower and lower.
It's like you enjoyed it, but it also, killed you a little bit inside.
Well, like I said, it really was good for 40-50%, and it just lost.
Because contemporary is not supposed to be that long. That's what fantasy and sci-fi is for. I understand why.
I like contemporary, okay?
I know that. I'm just saying contemporary is not supposed to be that long. That's your main problem with the
No, I 100% agree. That's why I was so annoyed that it was that long. And the fact that her sequel is going to be 400 pages. I'm like, are you doing this again? There's no reason. And that's why I really want to get to go to the editor's office and be like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Are you even looking at this book?
Yeah. I mean, fantasy and sci-fi, there's just so much that has to be said. There's the world building and there's so much going on and stuff, but contemporary doesn't have all that. That's why 300 is a good page number, and having much more is just lowering your ratings from viewers, which we saw with you.
Yeah.
Like, it probably would have been
137
5
pages is
stars.
way too much. Yeah.
You probably would have rated it 5 stars because you were really enjoying it at the beginning.
Even still, I mean, I don't think I could have ever really. I mean, you might be right,
Stingy with
but I
ratings.
just think that this author she's not there yet for a 5-star read. You know what I mean? She's just not there yet. Because
And
you gotta
you're
wait
stingy
and
with
see. But I
ratings.
would say, like I said, at some point it was just same old every single time. There was no real changing happening. And then I'm trying to remember. Definitely the ending and like the little resolution and everything. I hated the setting. I hated the setting so much, and just in general, I didn't like it. And what was such a shame too was even lines that I'd heard people talk about, or lines that sound good out of context. In the context, it just was losing me. I was just like, I'm done. Like it. I mean, it really is. It just kind of like, nope. I mean, it's just too much. That book was too much, man.
Yeah, I hate when it's like you were enjoying it and then it just goes downhill. I know. So when I was in elementary school, I read this one book. It's an Ever After High book, and I liked the TV show, so I decided to read the book, kind of like how I did with the Monster High books. But what I did not know is that it was a series, and I grabbed book 3 of the series. I never did, for some reason, end up reading the other books back then, but a couple years ago I finally bought the books and I finally decided to read all of them because I wanted to reread book 3 mostly because I remember loving it. So I wanted to finally read the rest of the series and reread that book. But
Right.
that was a long, hard journey because I wanted to get to book 3 so bad, and that's the only time in my life I have ever chosen not to DNF a book.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to get to book 3, and book 1 reminded me so much of season 1 of Ever After High, and I wasn't actually a huge fan of season 1. It wasn't until season 2 where I really got into Ever After High, and so book 1 just, oh my gosh, I was dragging it out. I was like, oh my gosh, when will this end? I want this to be over. I want to get to book 3 because I liked book 3. And I wanted to see if I still liked it, because reading tastes do change sometimes. Book 2 wasn't as bad. I got through it a little bit faster, but still, I think I ended up rating it 2, maybe 3 stars. And then I got to book 3, and I was excited, and I was right because I did end up loving it. I rated it 5 stars. That book was good. And it was mostly about the Wonderland characters, and I think that's why, because I realized that the Wonderland seasons in Ever After High are my favorites, so I think I was a little bit biased by that. But then book 4 went downhill again. I was like, why is book 3 the only good book? Like, what? But for anyone who does want to read the series, you do not have to read book 1 or 4 to understand book 3. The only one you have to read is book 2 to understand.
That's so crazy.
Yeah, I know. Like, I don't want to spoil too much, but some creature gets released in book 2 that attacks in book 3. So yeah. So definitely, if you do want to read this series, if you are a fan of Ever After High and do not want to, hurt yourself by reading books 1 and 4 because of the description I just gave, all you have to do to get to the amazingness of book 3 is get yourself to read book 2. So that is the one upside. You don't have to read book 1 to understand book 3.
Yeah.
But that was just so hard because I was like, I wanted to read book 3, but it was taking me so long, and it was so painful to get to the other books. But I did, and I will never reread those books. I have since reread the 3rd Ever After High book, but I will never reread the other books. I gave them to my siblings. Like, I didn't even want them anymore. I was like, I'm done with you. Looking at you gave me pain.
And that's what you should do. Get rid of the books that way. Give it away. Sell
Yeah.
it. Do not do what they did in this book or what they did in The Upside of Falling. I will never forgive you.
Did
That
they
is
burn a
not okay.
book?
Huh? What'd you say?
My soul died a little bit. Hold on, my brother's here. My brother is annoying. He's supposed to be in bed, but he keeps coming down here.
Yeah. What did you said? I had missed what you said about the books when I said, do not do what you.
Oh, I was like, did they burn a book?
What you did. Huh?
I was like, did they burn a book? And I was like, my soul died a little bit.
I'm not saying no. And then they did something awful in The Upside of Falling. I was like, how dare you?
Wow.
How dare you? Oh, it was awful. I just can't believe it's like, and especially with The Upside of Falling, because it was literally book people. She was like such a book fan, and she just got her heart broken. Blah, blah, blah. It's like, one of those third act story structures with the romance. And even though it wasn't even a big deal, he just broke up with her. But he said they need to take a break. And she's like, time to destroy my books. Excuse me.
Yeah. My brother's being annoying. But I'm ready to go to bed. I'm this morning.
And now is the time for me to do my reading.
I'd like yeah, get your reading done, okay? If not, I will do the shame spiral on you, okay?
Time to do that. Everyone do this to me.
Okay, well, good night, and thank you for joining. Did you do that? She did that.